attending today's workshop. Let the record show that all council members are present. We would now start out with citizen petition. Madam Secretary.
CP 23021, George Dunbar, Chapter 18 Code, S1 and S2, Junk Vehicle.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Sir, you have 4 minutes, and good evening.
Yes, I'm a automotive repair shop in Killeen. I've been in business for almost 27 years, and I'm having a problem with this code, Chapter 18-5152 of junk vehicles. My vehicles on my property is not wrecked, dismantled, or anything like that. They are there for repairs. I have signed work orders on each and every one of them to be repaired, and that's why they're on my property to be repaired. That's why customers bring them to me. I have pictures to show you some of the vehicles that I have, which is here.
If you pass it to the secretary, she'll pass it now. Thank you, sir.
Those are some of the vehicles they call junk vehicles on my property, which I don't consider to be junk. And here's 2 other ones. They consider these vehicles junk vehicles because they don't have a valid tag or inspector sticker on it. Inspection stickers no longer exist in Texas. They have vehicle registrations on them now. And these vehicles, customers bring to me, I have signed work orders on all of them to be repaired. And now the city is telling me that I can't have them on my property because they have invalid stickers and inspection stickers on them and tags. So I have to move them off my property, and they're telling me that I have to tell the customers to come pick the vehicles up, and then when I get ready to fix them, to bring them back to me. How is that going to work in an automotive repair shop? This is a commercial property, which I'm allowed to have vehicles on my property with invalid inspection stickers on them, invalid inspection stickers to be repaired. There's no law saying that I can't have them there. And some of these vehicles are waiting for parts. Some have been paid for, and some are waiting for parts, and they're saying I have to move them. And if I move them, I'm gonna have to refund all these people money back until they bring it back to me, which I don't think is gonna happen. So I'm out of, and customers are afraid to bring them to my shop now because they are afraid they're gonna have the vehicles towed away from me. And I'm an independent automotive repair shop that there's no law in Texas saying that I can't have vehicles on my property. In the standard operation shop, there's no definite time limit for me to have a vehicle on my shop. It depends on me and the customer to make that agreement, how long it takes me to repair this vehicle. Because a lot of times vehicles I'm waiting for parts, which some vehicles are hard to repair, and some are hard to repair, and some just kind of sit there for a long time because parts, some are almost impossible to find. But we are looking for parts to repair these vehicles. So I'm saying, if I have a vehicle in my shop, why should I have to remove it, tell the customer to take it home, and bring it back when I get ready to repair it?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, but I do have some questions for you.
Yes.
I will wait after, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask the city manager, see if there's something that we can work on, because he made some valid points, and as far as like, there's no window stickers when you do inspections anymore.
No.
And to tell you to take a vehicle and tell your customers to go, take them home and then bring them, I don't think that's working with our businesses or anything like that. So hopefully, there's something that we can work out, and maybe the city manager can work with the staff to make sure that, something like this, especially, you say you've been there how long?
27 years.
27 years?
Yes.
So I think that, there's some kind of compromise here that can be worked out. And, Mr. City Manager?
I'll just have to check. I think this was a result of complaints, so the compromise would have to be a change in the ordinance, I believe. But I personally don't know the specifics of this, but we could possibly get Mr. Rebel or Mr. Watkins to answer specific questions.
Yeah, that'd be good. That's all I'm asking, is just to kind of work it out, and if it's something that can't be done, then obviously we'll let you know why, but if there is something that we can do, then, we'll be willing to work it. But, overall, I think what the city manager says, you have to take into consideration, your neighbors and all that. And
Yes.
so all of that has to be taken into account, because it's not just you, it's everybody else around you. But, what my ask is just to have the staff, look into this more thoroughly and figure out if there is a solution.
Okay.
Councilmember Adams.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Councilman.
Mayor Pro Tem Cobb.
Sir, can you move them? Can you move the cars?
Yes, they're movable, yes.
Are they on anyone else's land?
No.
Is it junky? Is it,
No.
so it's just a nice looking, like the pictures that we saw,
Yes,
nothing
just
different?
like that. Nothing new. Nothing
And
old.
have any of your neighbors asked you to clean up?
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I completely empathize and understand what you're saying, sir. I think the problem with some of these ordinance issues have been long-standing. My father was a mechanic all his life, so I appreciate what you do. It's a slippery slope for a lot of these repair shops. You get cars that are brought to you with the right intentions to get repaired.
Yes.
And then for whatever reason, the cars sit there. We have automobile repair shops throughout Killeen, not just yours, that have cars there that may have registration stickers that expired in the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
So while the cars may have been brought there with the intent to repair them, if I was a betting man, I would bet that owner of that vehicle is no longer interested in it. If 2 decades have gone by and that car has sat there, whether the intent is to repair it or not, what happens is, for a city, is as these cars continue to deteriorate over time, they're out in the elements, they're exposed, and everybody that drives by sees them, is it begins, whether it is or not, it begins to look like a salvage yard.
Right.
And then we get into zoning issues, because that area and that part of town is not zoned for salvage. They're zoned for businesses. So then you get into a zoning issue, not intentionally, but unintentionally. It creates another problem for the city, aside from the nuisance for the surrounding areas. And a lot of times, your neighbors may or may not complain about this specific issue. A lot of folks don't even know that this is an ordinance violation, and this all stems from the state's transportation code. So it's not the city who made this law up.
Yes.
Now, there are some exceptions in that ordinance. Licensed salvage yards are allowed to have junk vehicles behind a screening device, a fence, and licensed vehicle dealers are allowed to store them behind a screening device, a fence. But repair shops are not one of those exceptions. So therein lies most likely why the city is asking you to either store the vehicles indoors or have them removed or made operable. You know, the junk vehicle is pretty clear, the ordinance and the state statute. I'm not an attorney, nor do I pretend to be one, but if you read it, it is pretty straightforward that if it meets these three criteria, that the state says it's a junk vehicle. So while I empathize with your situation, I know that the city's hands to a certain extent are going to be tied. And again, like I said, this is not just your place. This is something that's spread throughout the city. I lived here my whole life, and I've seen it all growing up, and I see it today. So it's something that needs to be addressed. Now, is there some middle ground to work with you to address these issues? Because they were not created overnight. I'm sure that the city is willing to work with you, and I hope that they have been. But at the end of the day, you know, compliance is going to be the ultimate goal. So, you know, how do we get there, and how can we work with you to get there? If there are vehicles that the owners are no longer interested in, that have been there for a long time, the city can get those hauled off for you at no cost to you. So maybe there's a way that they can help you, help your situation improve a little bit.
Yes, all of them there are for repairs. They're not just need to be hauled off. They are for repairs.
Yes, sir. I'm sure they were all brought there to be repaired
Yeah,
at some point in
And they still have an
time.
intention to get repaired too.
Yes, sir.
I've talked to all owners of them.
Yes, sir. And if my car broke down today, I would take it to a mechanic shop
Yes.
and ask them to fix it. But my car wouldn't be there for months or years. It would, if it's not getting fixed, then I'm going to take it somewhere else who's going to get it fixed.
Yes.
So, you know, there should be an expectation of how long these cars are going to sit on your property.
Right.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam. As we're working on improving the aesthetics of our city, working on ordinances and codes, I'm really curious from the city staff as regards to the initial challenges, the exceptions, and possible next steps, because if our petitioner has concerns now, I know that there are other folks that are also falling into the same category that are experiencing some of the same challenges. So I would like to get a clarity onto what's happening here with Mr. Dunbar's situation, what exceptions have been made or can be made, and what our next steps are, or what his next steps should be for clarity, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question to Councilwoman Gonzalez, was that a question for now from staff, or? Okay.
Are you finished, Councilmember Boyd?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I just have some questions.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for choosing Colleen to have a small business. That's very important. And where your property is located, do you have any more space where you can put a fence to store those vehicles behind your business? Do you have any more land in that area where you can do that?
Well, I got a permit to put a fence up already, but it told me that a fence wouldn't do me no good because it only pertained to
Because of your
automotive.
zoning?
Yes.
Okay, your type
It
of
only
business.
contains to car lots.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
But I got a permit already to do it, but they told me I couldn't do it.
Yes, sir. And my next question is, when a customer drop off their vehicle, I'm just asking.
Yes.
Why they do not drop it off when you have time to work on the vehicle at that time? Why do you allow so many vehicles just to be there without the parts?
Well, I have a very big clientele of customers. Most of the cars come there, they are towed off the highways and everywhere, broken already, most of them need motors or transmissions and stuff like that. So when they tow me off the road, they don't want to take them to their house, they want to bring them to me to get repaired.
Do they pay you for storage?
No. I'm waiting for parts, or whenever I get parts, I tell them I got the parts, and they bring me the money, and I'll get the parts, and we fix them, and it's gone.
So how many vehicles was the city told you had to be moved?
It's about 42.
42?
Yes. do a lot of work.
So they're all on the roadway, some of them?
No, they're
No?
all on property,
Okay.
not on the roadway.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Revelle? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Revelle.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager.
Could you please give an update on the situation and
Yes,
also
ma'am.
about why he was denied to put a fence around his property? And if so, just go more in detail.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
So,
you.
and if I may, I also have Mr. Watkins here with me,
Mr.
who is our
Watkins,
Director of
so you
Code
can come
Enforcement. So
up to-
I'll
Good
have him
evening.
to fill in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Fill in some details as well. But I do want to share that the city began an effort, the city staff began an effort to focus on trying to remove junk vehicles all across the city. Initially, there are 100, we identified 100-plus businesses that potentially have junk vehicles across the city.
Right, that
And so
was
we-
a directive from the council that we wanted to see our city clean.
Yes, ma'am,
sir.
clear up public nuisances.
Yeah.
As we did that, we decided that we had to start somewhere. So as we looked at the data, we felt like it, because of how much it was in the vicinity of VMB, Veteran Memorial Boulevard, and Rancier, that we would start there, from basically Fort Hood Street to 38th Street, from VMB to Rancier, and then all the streets in between. From that, we identified from that 100 locations, we narrowed it down to 15 locations within those high quarters areas. And then we begun our efforts to really try to address the junk vehicles. As the code says, a junk vehicle is a vehicle that is out of registration or has expired registration, out of registration or has expired registration, and then it also has to be considered to be wrecked, dismantled, or missing parts. And in those cases where it is, if it's on private property for 30 days or more, and it's not able to be moved, then it can be classified as a junk vehicle. So let me just say that one more time. If it's out of registration or the registration has expired, and in addition to being out of registration, if the vehicle is considered to be wrecked, dismantled, missing parts, that's considered to be a junk vehicle, and efforts can be taken for code enforcement to address it. Or if it's out of registration, expired registration, and it's inoperable, and it's on private property for 30 days or more, then we can proceed with code enforcement efforts. That is what we applied to this site, and that's what we've been applying to every site within our removal process so far. So far, we've been able to remove about 186 vehicles in those 15 priority areas that I mentioned. For this particular property in question, it resulted in the removal of about 60 vehicles. And so we went to the site back in I believe it was May of earlier this year. We did an initial assessment and collected information following our process to determine whether or not it was out of registration. And then we also did a follow-up I believe it was in July, and identified that there were 6 vehicles that need to be removed. It's my understanding that this property owner took the actions that were necessary to address those vehicles, and so we did not have to expend city resources in order to address them. We've had other instances where we've had to expend city resources and tow the vehicles, but in this particular case, it's my understanding he remedied it. As it relates to screening is only, I think as Councilman Everett said, screening is really only allowed for those who have the dealer's license or license as a junkyard. This business is not licensed that way, so per our ordinance, that's not an allowable option. So you may ask, what are the options when there's a junk vehicle on the property? Well, either the vehicle can be made so it's no longer a junk vehicle, or it can be removed from the property, or it can be put inside of a building. And then if you are a dealer or a junkyard, then it can be behind a screening device as well as another option. And though that's currently what's on the books, and what we're doing is following the policy that's on the books. Kevin, you want to say things?
Actually, what Mr. Revelle, I would just echo what he just said. As far as Mr. Dunbar's location, when we originally addressed the first 60 vehicles, in our follow-up most recently, I think that there's probably about 30 vehicles still on the property. Out of those, only 2 were related to the original 60. So there's been a rotation of stock, if you will. And so those other vehicles wouldn't be addressed unless they were at expired registration and inoperable on private property for more than 30 days.
Okay, so in the area that he said, Mr. Revelle, if he get junkyard license or dealer's license, he would be able to put the screen up.
That becomes, at that point there, that could become an available option. What the ordinance says, that can be an option as long as it's maintained in an orderly manner. It doesn't constitute a health hazard, and then the screening, as we mentioned, from public right-of-way.
Okay. I do believe that the direction the city is going in cleaning up the city of Killeen, that is something that is long overdue. The appearance of the city direct straight to us as the leaders of this city, the council. And that's one thing when people do come in and out, especially on Fort Cavazos, they only here 2 to 3 years. And whatever opinion they have of our city will be a snapshot. And to keep our city clean, a place, beautification that everyone would like to live here, play here, and work here is extremely important according to our comprehensive plan. That's something that we have invested in, and we should continue to follow it. So I commend you for that, but in the same token, if we have any information to share with him for junkyard license, dealer license, and whatever it needs to assist them, because small business are the backbone also of this community.
Yes, ma'am. And this has been a completely open process. I believe Mr. Watkins and the supervisor has met with Mr. Dunbar at least on 3 separate occasions, walking through the process, making sure that we're explaining everything, making it clear. I know initially there were some concerns about, were we just looking at his business, and we made it clear that this is a citywide initiative. So we're doing all we can to make sure that people are aware of what's required. But as you said, we're trying to follow what's on the books to keep the city clean.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Alvarez, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Revelle and Mr. Watkins. I wanted to just clarify a few things for the general public. Whenever the city identifies an ordinance violation for junk vehicles, when they go out and assess it, if they believe it meets the legal definition of a junk vehicle, certified letters are sent out to the property owner, any tenant or utility account holder, and the last known registered owner of the vehicle according to the license plate and the VIN, correct?
Yes.
So if this vehicle was truly there to be repaired, and me as the registered owner of the vehicle receives a certified letter saying that this vehicle is subject to enforcement of junk vehicle ordinance, I would have the opportunity to go pick it up and remove it if that was the case. So I also wanted to clarify, the mayor had a question about, perhaps helping them get license for a salvage yard. That area is not currently zoned to allow for salvage operations. That's, I believe the code calls for a M manufacturing zoning district in order to have a salvage or junkyard operation. So I don't think that would be feasible without a rezone. And then the last thing, I'm sitting here, thanks to technology, we can look at Google Earth, and Google Earth has a time-lapse feature that lets you go back to sometimes the 70s, definitely to the 90s, and look at aerials, and you can see how properties have changed over time. And properties like these, you can see that these vehicles seem pretty stagnant. They've been there for a long time. There's some that rotate in and out, but the majority of them, you can tell, have been there for probably a decade at least, from what I can tell. So I understand, and I'm empathetic to the business owners, but at the same time, like the mayor said, if we want to change the perception of the city of Killeen and especially if we're trying to revitalize certain parts, and whether that's the case or not. Nuisance violations are never exempt from the law, whether they haven't been addressed in the past or they have. So thank you, though, for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question was, where is this located?
It's 2409 Rancier.
2409 Rancier.
Is this East Rancier, West Rancier?
2409
Yes,
East
sir.
Rancier, yes,
East
sir.
Rancier. Okay. So what happens to folks' vehicles once they're towed? For example, he's in violation, the city has him towed off, or he tows them off. The people that need to have them repaired, what happens then?
Unfortunately, if the city tows a vehicle under the junk vehicle regulations, it can't be repaired, it can't be recovered, it has to be disposed of.
Okay. And our concern is that we have a lot of vehicles that are actually junk vehicles on the property.
Under the definition of junk vehicle, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm familiar with this type of work. I used to do mechanic work off Bacon Ranch, and the individual there had about 60 cars at any given time sitting on that lot. And it is a result of business, and a lot of business in some cases. In some cases, it's just cars sitting there. People have abandoned them, et cetera. My concern is, the enforcement on a property that already, where the vehicles are on a dedicated property. Of course, we can't ask them to arrange them a certain way or alignment, but I guess my question is, what are we doing to work with this individual to make this process easier for him?
We can work as far as timelines. If they were, he has options. Demonstrate that they're operable. Get them currently registered, because if they're currently registered, then they don't meet the definition of a junk vehicle. I believe Councilman Alvarez pointed out, somebody has an accident on the freeway, the car breaks down, and it gets towed to the property. Most of the time, that vehicle was under registration, otherwise it wouldn't have been on the road. And so let's say it's registered halfway through the year. It's got another 6 months before its registration expires, and it actually meets the definition of being a junk vehicle. So if they can get them repaired, demonstrate that they're operable, get them registered. I know that there was some question about the dual stickers, and we no longer have inspection stickers, but the only way we can get a registration sticker is to still do a safety inspection. So the options are, we're limited in what our options are. We can work with people on timelines as long as they're making reasonable progress towards compliance.
Sure. Now, it was mentioned by the citizen that they all have work orders on them. In other words, they're supposed to get worked on. And we're saying that a lot of them are junk vehicles. Where are we on the reality of that?
Unfortunately, the code is silent on whether there be work orders or whether they're currently active. The elected officials make the ordinance, and if an amendment would be necessary to incorporate something like that, that would be up to the council. We can just work with the tools that we have, published in the code.
Sure. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
And I
Mayor
would say
Pro
this.
Tem. Yes, sir.
If I may, there is also an appeals process. So, we do cite, but there is an opportunity for an appeal, and oftentimes in that appeals process, that does allow more time as well.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, would you come back, sir? Sir, I just have one question for you.
Yes.
Do you understand what you need to do? A lot of things have been said. Do you know where to start and where to go now?
Well, if they only allow me 30 days to repair a car, that's impossible to do. Because this code saying they come in and given time to my property, and if any car is inoperable, they can come and tag it and take it away from me. So how's that supposed to work?
And that's why it was so important, because I could see it on your face as they were talking and mentioning the many ways that what you could do at this point. I wanted to make sure that you were able to express an understanding. So what I really think now is that if you would not mind to make an appointment with Mr. Revelle and Mr. Watkins to sit down to make your list of how to improve and how to meet what they're asking you to meet.
Okay.
And then that way you would have a clear understanding and not just a overview of what to do and not a sit down. So if you would, sir, please make an appointment with them, sit down, get your list, and let's start cleaning up.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, one of the things they did say would make sure that it's not out of violation is that the registration is up to date. So if you have vehicles on your property at your business and the registration is outdated, if you could just reach out to the owners of those vehicles. So what happens?
If a vehicle's on my property without registration, there's a process you have to go through to get a vehicle inspected. The vehicle has to be running in order to drive it to an inspection station to get it inspected. So you can go to the registration office and register it. That's why they are on the property, to be repaired for that reason.
So vehicle
90% of them, because vehicles, sometimes people don't have the money to fix them at the time they break. That's why some of them are outdated. So they keep them at their house until they can afford to fix them, then they bring them to me. So that's a lot of reasons why vehicle tags are outdated.
So they drive them to your business, outdated registration?
Most of them have to be towed
Okay.
for that reason.
Okay.
And 90% of them have motors or transmission problems, which people can't afford to do at the time when they break. So they leave them at the house maybe a year or two and the stickers have ran out, but they can't register them until they're operable. And that's why they bring them to me to get repaired.
Okay. Councilmember Sagara, let me see if this question for you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, and what you just hit at was my question, because I know that the staff, you know, you guys mentioned, why don't they get them registered? They can get them registered, and to me, that's hard to do when the vehicles can't run. You gotta have all your lights working. I just took my truck out in inspection last week, and you know how that works. You know, they
Yes.
get in it, they drive it, and so these vehicles, you couldn't do that. And I was looking at some of your pictures there, and some of them had just expired. You know, I think there was one expired maybe a couple of months ago or something like that.
And one of them is not even expired and they tagged it too.
And
for
so
a reason.
sometimes, you know, that's why I said, you know, in the beginning, we need to communicate this, because it's true what the council is saying. We need to clean up our city, but we also have to have some common sense.
Yes.
And telling you, oh, well, why don't you just go get it registered, that doesn't understand your business.
No.
And I think that sometimes we, as cities, we need to do a better job communicating. I don't know if it's true or not, what you said earlier, you know, about people just say, you know, what was it that I said? Something about the window stickers. You know, somebody said you had to have an inspection window stickers. I think the staff is aware that you don't have to have a window sticker anymore. You have to go in and it's registered in the system.
Yes.
And so, you know, it's just one of those things that we need to figure out a way to make it work, at the same time making sure that, you know, we're doing what the ordinance does.
Yes.
And so we just got to figure it out. But, you know, giving those solutions, like just get them registered, I don't think that makes sense. Because I know I used to have a nice Camaro. It's spent like 6 months here at the corner. The guy, I think it was Craig's, because he was doing an engine rebuild. And so I know how long those things take. And bringing it back to my house didn't make any sense. Then I would have got fined because it'd be outside. You know,
Right.
just so, you know, there's a challenge that we got to work at while we're trying to clean up the city, and we just got to come up with a better process to do this. So, thank you for being here. I appreciate it, and hopefully we can get something worked out.
Another thing, when they tell me to take them back home unregistered, the same problem gonna be when they take them home.
Yeah, exactly.
They gonna find them there, and they gonna put a code on them, inoperable vehicle. Then what happened?
Yeah, that's there.
So if they at my shop to be repaired, that's the solution. Trying to get it repaired, to get it fixed, to get a registration.
So hopefully we can come up with a solution here.
Okay.
Well, sir, once again, we do thank you. And in fairness to the staff, the council did put those ordinances in place. And the directive that we did give them, we wanted to see our city clean. That was our directive. And sometimes when we make directive, I'm not in the car business. That's
Right.
not, so a lot of things that you do, I would not know. And that's give us the opportunity, the council, to ask these questions, to really try to understand from a business owner perspective how things work.
Yes.
So we truly appreciate you coming in today and sharing your concerns with us. And as Mayor Pro Tem Cobb stated, working with the staff is going to be your best option, because we just put ordinance in place and we really don't know the effect that it does have on the residents and also the business owners until they come before us with that concern. With that, thank you.
You are.
Mr. Watts, you had something you wanted to say?
Yes, Councilmember, I just wanted to clarify, you kind of, you were mentioning my response when I said get it registered. I understand what that looks like. If they could be registered, he'd be repaired and they wouldn't be there. When I gave that response, it was in answer to the question, what are his alternatives? What are his remedies? The remedies are get it registered. That means getting it fixed. I understand exactly what you're talking about. When we've met with Mr. Dunbar previously, we've also made other suggestions to possibly modify his business model, where rather than allow all these vehicles to come to his location, maybe he travels to the locations where these things are, goes to their house, does an evaluation of the vehicle, works up an assessment or an estimate about what parts they may need, and then says, keep them in your garage, keep it at your property where they're legally stored, and then when I have the parts available, go ahead and bring them to me. So we've been working and making suggestions about other ways that he could modify his business model.
Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, citizen comments? Oh, did anyone else have any more? Because we don't beat that down. Okay. Melissa Brown, good afternoon. You have 4 minutes.
Well, I would like to thank the mayor and the council, because now the precedent has been set that a citizen's petition is a discussion item, and the citizen who brings the petition forward can have 2 rounds of 5 minutes each from each council member to answer questions, go into discussion, and a full 35-minute discussion can be had on it. So I hope that moving forward, since you've set that precedent today, it will be applied fairly. One of the things I didn't hear asked during that whole discussion, though, was how long has his business been there? The answer would be 27 years. The houses were pre-existent to his business. The ordinance was put in place in 2007 and amended in 2011. His business predated all of those ordinances. There should be a grandfather clause here that keeps him from having the issues with this. Also, if you look at the ordinance, a definition of a nuisance is that it has to be something that is seen from the right-of-way. So for him putting a fence up, he's already been zoned and approved to be able to be a repair shop there. Putting a fence up makes it no longer anything that can be seen from the right-of-way, so it's no longer considered a nuisance as long as it's behind that fence. Regardless of the type of the business or the zoning, I see the head shaking at me, no, but we have to keep in mind that this has been there before those ordinance, and the city has to give something, because now we're telling a small business owner, you have to give up business, have people afraid to bring it, because we're gonna send notices to your customer saying that your car is gonna be towed. You're gonna end up paying that towing fee. And who is going to want to go to Mr. Dunbar if they're afraid that their car is going to get towed away to someplace else where they're going to have to pay a towing fee, a fine, and who else knows what other fees? So this is why zoning is important, which brings me to my next point on the PUD amendment request. It's a substantial request to add the ability for a 10,000 square foot commercial building at the Rosewood and 190 intersection. Currently, the traffic there is horrendous. It is one of our more dangerous intersections, both in volume and severity of accidents. The last time I checked, and it's been a little bit, but now we have speeds going up to 45 miles an hour, which is what the speed limit is set at. There's no traffic signals. That the only ingress, egress that would be a left in, left out, and also cross traffic back and forth between 2 PUDs. The larger the space, the more propensity there is to be able to bring in a higher volume of traffic at any one time. And in addition to that, if you go back and you remember all of our discussions about our comprehensive plan, we were advised to foster and cultivate small businesses because we actually get a higher yield as far as taxable value per acre from a smaller local business and the smaller buildings than we do from 10,000 or 20,000 square foot large businesses that are going to be more corporate in nature. Finally, I'm, to use a quote that I've heard several times, disappointed by the comments that were put in the paper this week about the fees for developers, because first of all, every fee not collected affects our budget. Every dollar not collected affects our city budget and what happens next year. Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming after citizens with such veracity over an unpaid, let's go ahead, let's zero out the balance for all unpaid code enforcement fines and violations, because apparently we can keep track of those, but not keep track of who's coming in to do official paperwork for legal purposes. And you can't zero out a balance if you don't know what it is. Also, I'd say that this is an insult to every person who comes
Ma'am,
into
your
this.
time is up.
I'd like to request from the city council one extra moment, please.
No.
You didn't even listen to them or ask.
1, 2, 3 said no, and 2 down there said
Those
no.
were yeses.
That's 5. Who all said yes? 1, 2, 3. That's 4 to 3. Thank you. Sean Price.
Convenient.
Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. On item 14 here, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the FY23 annual budget for City of Clean, increase in expense accounts and multiple funds. Can you tell me what multiple funds we're going to increase the revenue for?
Sir, they will be doing a slide deck, so any more questions? They will be
I was just wondering
answering.
if you had the actual itemization for that, but we're going to have that in a PowerPoint
Your
presentation.
question that you asked, staff, are you listening? Please answer that when you come up. You still have 3 minutes and 24
Correct.
seconds.
I was just wondering, to increase revenue in expense accounts, I'm an opposed citizen to increasing any expense or increasing the revenue from the people of Killeen to pay for anything more, for any ideas or projects from, for the Killeen City Council. Unless if KISD wants to reduce the amount that they're taxing us to where we offset the amount, because I pay more in taxes than I do on the rent of my house. So the rent of my house is $200 or $211, but I paid $378 in taxes. So that's a little bit of a comparison that I would like to give to you, is that my taxes keep going up via KISD and Killeen City Council, right? So I'm being priced out of my house due to taxes. So I'm opposed to any increases for expenses or drawing revenue from it. Thank you.
Sir, before you leave, will you repeat that question one more time to make sure I got it correct?
Well, I just wanted to know as to what expense accounts or multiple funds, right, that we're going to increase the revenue for, right? Because to me, it's like, well, then take money from KISD because they're getting a buttload of money for a lot of different schools around here that aren't performing. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Candice Cooper. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I am coming up here speaking in reference to the budget and the CIP funds. I'm, of course, in favor of it in reference to as we continue to grow and try to develop the north side of Killeen. Been having conversations. You guys know I'm with the Downtown Advisory Committee. So we've been having some really great conversations within that committee as well as the Merchants Association on what all the business owners are interested in the North Killeen area. I feel like I kind of play defense for the city when it comes to paying attention to this specific area on Facebook, and so shout out to the communications department. But it's regular conversations about, we have a negative opinion about downtown Killeen or North Killeen, but as the city starts to say, okay, so let's spend some money on fixing this area, then there's still complaints. And so I say, with me, in the reference to, let's continue to see where we can responsibly put the growth, how we can effectively revitalize the North Killeen area. And that is due to the comprehension plan that you guys have, had multiple meetings on, multiple public forums on. And so I think that you have to spend money to make money, and that it is complicated to go across the city and find ways of making everyone happy. But I do think that there are some necessary changes that are always going to hurt. Growth hurts. Change hurts, and it's uncomfortable. And especially as business owners, it is upon us to see, how do we do better with our business? Are we marketing properly? Are we building properly? Are we presenting properly? And so that's what we're doing with the Merchants Association, and the advisory committee is working with our business owners down in this area to see how can we continue to pull some of the weight off of you guys, but also some of that weight's gonna cost a little money. And so we'd appreciate if you guys we're excited to present some stuff to you about some ideas about how we can continue to have the downtown events. We've never heard a negative report on the downtown events, and so we know that it is possible to make this a revitalized and exciting area. So I just wanted to speak on that. So when Kate comes in with her presentation, I just need y'all to make sure y'all listen to her, okay? All right, otherwise, continue to do what you guys are doing. Invest, listen to your business owners, listen to the citizens, and let's just continue to grow this community. Thank y'all.
Tad, Dora. Tad.
He's not here yet.
Tad, Dora.
He stepped out to the bathroom. He's not here yet.
Chris, I think it's Doose or Dozy. Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Good to see you again, as always. My name is Chris Dozy. I'm a local builder in town, 7 generations, Bell County. I want this place to look good, just like all of you do. We build a lot of homes in the region, a couple hundred a year. I've really come to talk about the ordinance today. Mr. Revelle and Wallace, Ms. Maschner have been wonderful to work with. We've been trying to work through this document. My company builds in cities from Coppers Cove all the way to Temple to Jarrell, and I believe that this represents the most aggressive building standards of any of those cities. I don't agree with it, and I oppose it as it is written. I think that there are some real great discussions that we're all having about what is the city going to look like over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. And I think we need to have real discussions about what this costs us and what is happening nationally with inflation and interest rates and the cost of homes. The cheapest home that we can build today and sell is $250,000. And this document really adds money to it. I mean, each time you go through pieces that, we have to choose between this elevation and this, well, that's a cost. It just is. And so are we going to be a city where you can still build affordable homes, or are we not? And I think that there's a lot of my fellow builders here today, we need direction from you all, what's going to happen. Is this document going to stand? Is it going to be changed? Is it going to go away? And it needs to just be done, and we need to put it behind us so that we as builders can set the right expectations with our own teams and design homes and move them to market. I think the longer this goes on, the more it is frustrating and costly to us all. There are, I won't bore you with all the details of why I don't support it, but, we've sat through these stakeholder meetings, and I think everyone has, kind of gotten a chance to talk and share their concerns. I do really worry about if this document does stand, that it's written for not only single family but multifamily. I think that and I've talked to Mr. Revelle about this. I don't think you can do that. I think it's two separate documents with two separate standards, because you can't treat a multifamily duplex like a single family home. I mean, I build both of them. I understand this. I have concerns about the porches, making them even bigger than what we have already had in front of us. I really get back to, are we going to build affordable homes? I built 15 duplexes on Clear Creek. You can all drive out there and look at them. They're on Bailey Drive. They're all under construction, and they fit the ordinance that you passed, I don't know, about a year ago. And I will tell you that over a standard duplex that we're building in Cove, without an ordinance, it's costing us anywhere from $8,000 to $22,000 to build this enhanced duplex, right? And so where does that money go? I mean, who pays for that? Well, at the end of the day, it's the buyer,
Sir,
right?
your time is up.
And so I think we really need to have a great discussion about this. Thank you.
Jeffrey Golden. Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Jeffrey Golding. I'm the Division President of Saratoga Homes. I have been the Division President here in the Austin Division since July of 2022. I am here today to speak on the architectural standard ordinance myself. I guess I'll begin by just saying it's been a pleasure to be a partner in homeownership in this community for well over a decade. My hope tonight is to find more flexible options for us as builders within these ordinances. I guess I can follow what the gentleman before me said, but each and every day myself, we get to work with wonderful individuals of your city, be it your building officials, your utility department. I've personally seen the burden that this ordinance has placed on them. I don't think I can speak for them individually. I wouldn't attempt to do so, but I think that we've seen the burden placed on them, and they have committed extra hours to us in their day that I know they're not compensated for. They return to our job sites time and time again to work us through these ordinances, and it's because of your city employees that we're currently working through the ordinance that we're building under. We've built in this market for well over a decade, like I stated before, and over the past year, we've had to build a product that, of my belief, the market just doesn't demand. We've built the same product in your city for 10 years, and overnight, we've had to change those designs. And it's not because the market demanded it, but rather because the ordinance made those demands of us. I can also speak to what the gentleman before me said as far as cost. We're a family-owned business. It's owned by a father who's our CEO, a brother who is our COO, and also a grandfather who's our chairman. And we do our darndest to not pass a dollar on to your homeowners, our homeowners here in Killeen. We do our best to attempt to eat every dollar of cost that we can. But there comes a breaking point where we have to pass that cost along. And luckily, I work for a family that's very prideful, and they've given me directive to do my best to hold costs where they are, to not pass it on to the homeowner. However, we too are seeing the same increase. On the 1,600 square foot plan, I'm seeing about $9,000 in cost. 2,800 square foot, I'm seeing about $25,000 in extra cost. So some of that, unfortunately, on the back end has to be passed on to potential homeowners. We too would just like clarification on where this document's going to stand, and we hope to be a longtime partner of your city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Fornino. Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Actually, we'll start out with agreeing with what the mayor said about short-term residents such as military transitioning in and out, their impression of our city based on what they see. Going to this budget, as I've said before, last week's comments, a lot of this budget does not make sense, where we're constantly hit with fees, and what are we seeing for it? For the operating budget, okay, I would dare say that our garbage trucks are garbage. I don't think that many of them would be able to withstand a level 1 DOT inspection, and I would challenge even Mr. Cagle to define what a DOT level 1 inspection is on any commercial vehicle. Okay, where our city staff is struggling and doing amazing efforts with what they are allowed to have and what they can do, and yet we still have solid waste trucks that struggle to make it through a complete day's route without breaking down. Okay, this budget raises a lot of fees. The last year, we've seen Mr. Cagle get a raise, and city employees themselves struggle to make almost what Mr. Cagle's raise was. Salary over results here, I'm not seeing it, okay? Whereas any little break we as a citizen seem to get, like, give a man, Mr. Dunbar, find a mechanic that if you have a vehicle there waiting on parts or anything like that, where a mechanic is not charging you a storage fee, that's a little break to us, the citizen. That's the kind of mechanic that I would want to do business with. And I dare say that a lot of other people would. Okay? As a disabled veteran, all these other fees that keep getting raised and raised and raised. I've said it before. Okay? As a combat veteran and many others like myself, we've earned a certain thing. We're not looking for respect. We're not looking for a pat on the back. We just want to get you off of our backs. Leave us alone with these fees. Contrasting this model of Mr. Cagle's salary over the results and the condition that the city is in right now, KISD recently had tried that with the previous superintendent, Dr. Kraft. How much money did they throw at them? How many years over year over year over year is KISD in a failing state as far as can't get students to pass minimum basic skills test? I mean, clearly the money and the people and the resources are not being spent where they need to be spent. Okay? Struggling to take care of the basics. I expect, as many others do, expect a lot from Chief Lopez taking new leadership of the police department. But there again, for 10 years, I know that I've been standing at this and other podiums saying, we need more police, we need more code enforcement, everything else. Code enforcement, rather than hassle Mr. Dunbar, okay, could be hassling, as going to the mayor's point, of the city looking good. Every year, members of staff at code enforcement get a phone call from me every spring. What's this year's excuse going to be? Why the lawns aren't mowed, why the yards aren't tended, et cetera, et cetera. And I always get, well, we're doing the best we can. We've shifted people around. We don't have enough people. Okay? Giving Mr. Cagle a raise is not going to solve that. Putting more boots on the ground, more working vehicles on the ground is going to solve that problem. Okay? What is passed is prologue. And again, with the budget and how it's put together, okay, as I said last week, Mr. Cagle can't even get the budget in his own office correct. He's over budget on salary. We don't have an assistant city manager drawing a salary. Several other people have left, and yet there's still not enough money. When he was up in Duncanville, I'll bring this up again. When he was in Duncanville, where his focus is, I do not know. Council, I will request 1 more minute, please.
Mr. Fornino, you're off topic with Duncan.
I was going to draw a conclusion, but that's why I'm asking for 1 more moment, please.
Oh, y'all gonna give him? No?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Gary Purser. Good afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes, Mr. Purser.
I'll try to get her done. y'all have heard from the builders tonight, our concerns. One concern that I have is we have been meeting with Mr. Revell's department for probably 2-3 months. I have taken some of the city council members down there to those meetings as well as builders. And we're not agreeing with what they have put out. And to bring it forward tonight, we got notice of it Thursday. After working 2 to 3 months, getting them notice Thursday or Friday, whenever it was, does not allow much time for us to even look at it. But at the end of the day, when he brings it forward, the way I think, it needs to be either we're in agreement and the document is in agreement. We're in agreement with the staff and the builder. Or he ought to bring it forward to say that we're in disagreements, we're at a deadlock, and 7 city council members will make a decision. Because otherwise, we're just back and forth all the time. So I don't agree with what just happened or what is happening. I think that it should have been, we're in agreement or we're out of agreement, we cannot agree. Here's our plan, the city's plan, here's the builder's plan, and it's up to y'all 7 to make a decision, because that's where it's going. The next issue I'd like to talk about is, I don't know why we can't let the market tell us what to do. I know the market tells me what to do, the market tells these builders what to do, what to build and what they better not build. I don't know why people have a right to try to tell builders or try to tell a home buyer what their house should look like. If the home buyer is spending their $250,000, $300,000, I don't have a right to tell them what they need to buy, and neither does the city, to within reason. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but they have the right to spend their money on things they like. And I may not like it, but that's none of my business. The market will tell us what to do. And now we're talking about these front porches. Where does it even come from? Where do we get 80 square feet of front porch? I don't know how big y'all's front porches are, but I'd probably speculate none of y'all, I don't have a 80-foot square porch. And how much do you use the porch? So who is coming up with these ideals about what these builders should be doing? They do market analysis, they understand the market, and they build what the market asks for. If they don't, they can't sell them, and I promise you they will not build it again. So why are we getting too much government overreach into these people's businesses? It doesn't make sense. The market will tell them what they need to build, and if they don't sell it, they will put that plan on the shelf and it won't come out again. So I would like to know who come up with the 80 square feet, because somebody down here did. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because the front porch, you're not even using your front porch. And if you want an 80 or 100 square foot front porch, if they go to the builders and say, I want a bigger front porch, guess what? The builders will build them a bigger front porch. My house and my mother's house have a lot of square feet. Neither one of them have 80 square foot of porch. So that doesn't make any sense, right? Let the market tell them, let the builders figure out the market, let the builders build their products. That's not very difficult. And I want another minute.
Counsel, can raise your hand so I know. Mr. It's not about being fair. I asked the question if you want it, yes or no.
I don't want it. That's good. I'm good.
They gave you a minute, Mr. Purser. They just didn't want to raise their hand.
Okay.
You have a minute.
Okay. I don't need a minute. I just want to go right back to.
Oh, y'all saying no? Oh, they saying no. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they said be fair. I thought we gave someone a minute.
No?
Did we do?
Bye? Is that what that means?
Oh, they said bye.
All right. I'll be back next time.
Oh, I apologize, Counsel. I thought we gave someone a minute. You could say that. You can say that. I thought they gave it, I'm sorry. With that being said, Beth Mackin,
No, it's for the public hearing. It's not.
okay, yes, ma'am. But we don't have, it says in comments, because we don't have public hearing until next week.
We're not on the agenda.
So we'll go to Mr. Cagle.
I think she's, ma'am, so the public hearing is next week. This is a workshop. Public hearing occurs at the council meeting, so if you want to come up and speak on something that's listed as a public
can.
hearing, the time to do it is now.
It's a citizen comments. Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Hi, I'm Beth Matkin, 1602 Prather, and this is in response to public hearing 23048 for J Breeze LLC. We're just wanting to get all of the land that's in that section zoned the same. That's all we're trying to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You were easy. Thank you. Fran Mitchell. Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Fran Mitchell, Victory Homes. I'm a home builder here in Colleen, been building over 17 years. And I've been up here several times also. Y'all know I do a lot of first-time home buyers, and the cost is the most important thing to them. And I have opposed this architectural standard from day one. I have been to all the workshops. I have been to the other meetings that we've had with Wallace and the other groups, and it seems like everything that we talk about falls on deaf ears. We, like Mr. Purser said, we build houses what people want. Good point is if you go out onto any website and look up a house and you look for a small house, it doesn't have a big front porch on it. And I don't know why they came up with that value. If I'm gonna add concrete, which concrete has gone up over 67% in the last year because of materials. And adding more concrete to a front porch has no cost value to a homeowner. And if somebody's gonna add concrete and not have it enclosed, they're gonna add it to their back of their property where they're gonna enjoy their backyard and their escape. They're not gonna be sitting out on the front porch. And I don't know about y'all, us as construction workers, we've been outside this whole summer, and y'all know what this whole summer is. And spending money on something that you're not going to use is not what a homeowner wants to do. The other thing, in all these meetings that we've been to, we have expressed our opinion on what the market requires of us or what they want in a home. We have expressed those feelings to everybody that we talk to. The garages being front or back, that still is an issue. You're going to end up with flat houses. Changing the curb appeal, we can do that without an ordinance. Like we say, the market, what people want, they tell us what they want. If you go look up house plans on the internet, you're not going to see houses that are on there that meet these standards, because that's the architects that are designing these are doing it based off of what they see and what people are asking them to draw. The other thing we brought up during all the meetings is such vague terms in this ordinance, and that we don't understand what y'all are saying. And they say, oh, it's simple, this is what it is. Well, it's already come up that it's not simple and people aren't understanding it. And the repetition is something that hasn't been cleared. It never has been cleared. It's coming up again to talk about it. The garage fronts, it just all of a sudden that this is what we're going to do and that's how they're going to be. People need to have the garage fronts. And one of the things that I saw in there that they're talking about now is that if we don't even supply a garage, that they're telling us that we need to put a ribbon driveway. Well, what if that person doesn't want a ribbon driveway in front of their house if they don't have a garage? Why are you making them put a ribbon driveway in there? There's just so many things. If y'all are going to do this, Somebody needs to sit down with the builders and listen to what we have to say, because we're just not making this stuff up. There's reasons why we have said what we've said, and y'all wanted our input, and we brought it to those stakeholders meetings. We brought it week after week, and it just fell on deaf ears when it came up to be voted on, and it got totally changed in a week. And I feel like this is going to happen again. If y'all are really serious about this, somebody needs to sit down with the builders and listen to what we have to say. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Tad Dora, did he come back? All right. And the last person is Josh Welch.
All right. Save the best for last.
Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Council, thank you all for having me. I just wanted to speak a little bit to some of the history, because regarding some of these architectural ordinances and things, because of being the past president with the Builders Association and being very involved in a lot of the stakeholder meetings that we've had, it seems like going on now for a couple of years. I very much appreciated what Mr. Dosey said earlier about some of the unsurety that we've had now for going on for several years. What the ordinances are going to be, how they're going to be interpreted, what's going to happen with them. And going back from the very beginning, I've asked consistently is if we have issues, and there are issues in the city, and there's issues with the building that's been going on the last 5, 10, 15 years in the newer neighborhoods, then please, let's go drive them. Let's go look at them. Give us specific examples so we can help propose things to help fix them as well. And most of all the examples we've always gotten back from day one going the last couple of years is pictures of neighborhoods and houses that are 30, 40, 50 years old that are not even relevant to what's getting built today. And so that's where I think there's also a lot of frustration from the builders and from the developers and from the community there is what really is the problem and what really are we trying to solve here? And unless you really know the problem you're trying to solve, we can come up with all kinds of great solutions, but it may not fix the problem. And so that's where we'd really like to know some of the specifics of what really are the problems with the new neighborhood and the architecture of the new houses. And then with that, and I can speak a little bit to the history on the porch thing too, because in discussing the porch sizes, back in going through all the stakeholder meetings, originally the porches were going to be 40 square feet, and that would be allowed to count because that would be a 4x10 or a 5x8 front porch, which at the time, a few years ago, I was living in a house that had a little 3 foot, it was 3 foot deep, and I think it was about 3x8 maybe 3x6, so it wasn't very big, but it was usable. Me and the wife could sit on the front porch, have a cup of coffee, and it worked just fine. So why do we need such a larger porch if somebody doesn't want it or somebody doesn't want to pay for it when it's still usable at that original threshold? And then when the ordinance got passed, it got passed at 60 square foot, and now I don't know where it's coming from. We're wanting to put it back to 80 apparently. So where that came from, I have no idea. And again, we just got this ordinance I got it Friday, and just quickly looking through it, just wanted to point one thing out I found is on the repetition standards, in the ordinance, in the red lines in the ordinance under option 2, it says, houses of the same elevation shall not be placed within 2 lots on the same side of the street or diagonally across the street from each other. Well, as far as clarity goes, then I go back over here to the City of Killeen Residential Architectural Standards and Site Design Manual, where it gives examples and gives pictures of what this means. So I'll go down to option 2, and there's ABC, ABC, but it says in the ordinance they cannot be diagonal from each other, but right here in this picture, where they're all the same elevations are diagonal from each other. So which one's correct? So anyway, that's why I think it's important that before we come to council with something, it'd be good to vet it and for all of us to discuss it and be able to go through those things. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, minutes.
LMN 23018, consider minutes of special city council meeting of July 18th, 2023. LMN 23019, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of July 25th, 2023. LMN 23020, consider minutes of special city council meeting of August 1st, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And these items that we will be discussing will be discussed at our regular city council meeting on August 22nd, 2023. Council, item number DS 23-081. Madam Secretary, I want to move that item up now. Item number 19.
Yes, ma'am. DS 23081, discuss HARP program, Hope and Restoration Program.
Thank you. Mr. Page? Good afternoon, sir. I moved this up. This is an item that he wants to present a nonprofit-free organization for our residents.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, City
Good
Council.
afternoon, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we got a couple of slides here. So what I'm going to talk to you tonight is about the HARP program. The HARP program is a nonprofit program, but it's designed to help people who need a little bit of help getting back into the job market. So you can see by our slides, our vision is up here. We just want to keep the community's citizens productive as much as we possibly can. And I don't think I need to read the whole mission to you. Take a moment to look at that. Our whole goal here is to just kind of help people who were employed or unemployed to try and get back in the job market. It's not something that we're asking for any money, anything like that. We're just trying to get the information out to the community about the program. Let's see if we can get this to work. All right. So the HARP program, again, is a 501c3. It does fall up underneath Tri-Unity Ministries. It is a faith-based ministry, and it does operate year-round. We do have classes that we have annually. We've been in business for about 3 years doing this. Tri-Unity Ministries has been around for 7 years. And I don't know why this is not changing. Somebody help me out with
Madam
this.
Secretary, can you help him with changing the slide there? Thank you.
Okay. While she's working on that, the HARP program does have multiple areas and things that we do for free to help the citizens of the community out. We do offer an opportunity to work with them on their resumes. We offer free haircuts. We offer makeovers. We do limited notary public services for those that need that. We also do resume drafting. So if a person has a resume and they just need some help with it, somebody to proofread those kinds of things, we do that as well. We provide community information and resources. We do employment helps, and what employment helps is we teach folks how to do elevator speeches. We go to employers on their behalf. We talk to the employers to try and help the employers connect with our candidates. When I say candidates, we do have an approved curriculum. So there's a 4-week, 6-week, and 16-week curriculum that we actually teach from. In 2022, we did a 4-week curriculum. 23, we did a 6-week curriculum. 24, we have another curriculum that's a 4-week curriculum. And then in 25, we're going to be doing a 16-week curriculum. Having said all of that, these workshops that we offer motivational tools. We bring in guest speakers. We bring in resiliency trainers to kind of help out with presenting information and encouragement.
If you just click back and forth.
Okay, all right. Let's see what we got here.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Motivational speakers that we bring in, we teach interview skills to include, again, elevator speeches. We do mock interviews. We work with people who need soft skill training to include teamwork, time management skills, and those types of things to help them when they get back into the job market to be able to successfully integrate with employers. across the community. We do encourage employers and partners to come alongside of us. If you have opportunities out there for new employees that you're looking for, to come alongside of us, and we'll try and match someone with those particular opportunities that you have as employers. These are some of our current partners. Of course, I am the founder. As you go through this, you can see Tri-Unity Ministries. You can also see our book. We do have motivational books out there on the website at that particular site there. Life for District is Dr. Collins. He is, I want to say, a motivational speaker and PhD. He does come from the Dallas area, and he speaks to our candidates to try and encourage them as we go through this process. We have resiliency trainers as well, and the course itself is designed to help people get over the roadblocks and obstacles that hinder them from getting from where they are to a point where they're back in the workforce and again contributing to the community. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so there's some hidden slides. Like I said, we have 3 courses, 4-week, 6-week, and a 16-week course. Now, when we bring people into these courses, we do ask that they sign a little statement that basically says they're going to actually be and stay in the course, and we encourage them. We put the individuals with mentors, coaches who can actually kind of walk them through the process while they're in the program and after they graduate the program to kind of ensure that they get from where they are in a state of need to a place where they can actually defend and support themselves. And so that's what we're about. We're not, again, asking for any funds. We are a nonprofit. We do donations and that kind of stuff, and that's how we fund ourselves. We're currently working out of the Killeen Arts and Activities Center. We do have space down there that we take advantage of. So we put it there intentionally to try and be in a place where there are people who have a need so that we can be down there and try to stem that need. So if they come to the program, we do provide them with meals as they're there for the course of the day. Most of our courses are either on Fridays or Saturdays. And we're just here to support the community. That's all we're here for. So, any of your questions?
No, sir, but thank you for taking out your time to come and share that resource with our community. And it's very important that we continue to assist our residents with finding employment, especially the ones that were laid off during our COVID crisis. Once again, thank you on behalf of the council.
Yes, ma'am.
Resolutions. Council, you have 2 times to speak for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
RS 23-125, consider a memorandum resolution awarding bid number 2335 Bermuda Ditch Retaining Wall Repair to NNAC Inc. in the amount of $369,848.14.
Welcome back, Mr. Revelle.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and City Manager, Council Pro Tem. This project is part of our capital improvement program since 2022. It will actually allow for the replacement and installation of concrete paving for about 260 linear feet along Bermuda Drainage Ditch. The project went out for bid. Half Associates was the engineer of record for reviewing the bids. As you noted here, it was read aloud on July the 12th. These were the bids that were received. As you can see, the lower bidder is NNAC Inc. And again, that's the project location where the star is. It's about a block east of Willow Springs and also just south of CTE. The council really has 2 alternatives: reject all the bids and don't move forward with this project, or award the bid for the amount noted to NNAC Inc. And staff is recommending that the bid be awarded.
Thank you, Mr. Revelle. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. I always prefer to pay less, but we're not losing out anything by going with the lower bid, are we?
No.
So the same services, but the cheaper, okay.
Yes, so the detailed bid tab, so line item by line item was reviewed and compared, and they met both requirements. They met our full requirements. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23-126, consider a memorandum resolution to reject all bids for bid number 2338 Tremere Road, 10th Street at Hallmark Avenue Drainage Improvement.
Mr. Revere.
Yes, ma'am. So this is an additional project along Tremere Road and 10th Street and Hallmark Avenue. The purpose is to really deal with the current drainage problem. And the project would include putting in an portion of an underground drainage system, some pipes and some utility relocations and some inlets to allow the water to get to those pipes and drain away from the roadway. Clark and Associates provided the professional services and reviewed the bids as well. In this case here, as you can see, all of these bids came in significantly higher than expected. And a lot of that's really just related to the cost of materials, the cost of labor. And so we're recommending this, and this is the star actually shows the location. And the council has two alternatives, reject or move forward. And actually for this one, we're really recommending that the council would reject all bids and do not move forward with this project, allow some of that price volatility to kind of die down and maybe into the first quarter of next calendar year, rebid this.
Mr. Revere, if we're going to delay, how would that affect that project with the drainage problem over there?
So there could, if there's a rainfall event of a significant enough size, it could create some flooding issues. We haven't had rain as of late. So there could be some impacts, but we don't anticipate huge impacts from the delay. And we think that the benefits of waiting far outweigh taking action now.
I agree if it doesn't come within our budget range.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Adams.
So I'm straight, your recommendation is to reject because we don't have the money allocated from the 22?
Yes, sir. As you can see, even the lowest that came in is just about double what we have available for this project. And we just believe that those numbers are extremely high because of the current market conditions and that some of that volatility may die down in a few months or so.
Okay, your intent is to come back to us with you're going to reopen the bid process?
Yes, we'll end up reopening the bid. We'll end up getting bids back, and based on what we see, we'll come back with a recommendation.
And I'm not jumping to spend $1.26 or $3 million, but I just want to make sure we're not kicking this can down the road because we already got folks upset that we kick some other projects down the road. So we want to make sure. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
RS 23-127, consider a memorandum resolution supporting the City of Colleen's application for the 2023 Transportation Alternatives Grant for Chaparral Road.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager. So back in December of last year, the city applied for a Transportation Alternatives Grant through TxDOT. And that grant basically allows for design, planning, and also construction of projects that provide for pedestrians, whether it's walkways, safe routes to school for children, as well as for bicycle infrastructure. And so we made an application, as noted here, a pre-application really in January of this year to deal with the first phase of Chaparral Road, really from Highway 195 to East Tremere Road, and the amount is shown on the slides, about $14.2 million. We received notification back from TxDOT that the preliminary application that was submitted was selected to move forward. And so we moved forward in June and submitted a more formal application. And then we received word back from TxDOT that a resolution of support is needed from the governing body. And that's what would be seeking for this item, is that resolution of support so that that grant can continue through the ALDOT's decision-making and approval process. And this slide really just shows the project limits, as I mentioned, from Highway 195 to East Tremere. The council has the two alternatives as mentioned on the slides, and staff is recommending that the council would provide support, a resolution of support for this grant.
Mr. Rivera, with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
resolution of support, without it, the application process will stop.
Yeah, that's our understanding, that that's a necessary part of the application process. And so, yes, in essence, it would.
So with the support, how long will the application process take?
So we anticipate that there could be a decision as early as November. And so, yeah.
I'm really hoping that we can get this grant because safety is truly needed in that area. So
Yes,
thank you and your staff for going out and making this happen.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Madam Councilmember Adams?
Just a quick question.
Yes,
Is
sir.
the money, the 14 million for this, that's on top of the money that we're getting through K-Tempo, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that.
Yes, this is additional funding. We're trying to tap into every funding resource that we can to address this project because it's going to be pretty massive.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Once again, thank you and your staff for all you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Secretary?
RS 23128, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the approval of an interlocal agreement with the Killeen Independent School District for the Fire Academy program.
Good evening, Chief. This is one of my best programs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an exciting program to talk about, being that it's the 20th anniversary of us having the high school program. So a little background, City of Killeen Fire Department partners with KISD, and we provide education toward a career path in the fire service. This program does allow our students of KISD to attend the Fire Academy, and all resources are provided while they're in high school. This also allows them the opportunity to receive their certifications and be hireable immediately out of high school. As a requirement of the partnership, KISD requests that we have an interlocal agreement that is signed by KISD and the city, and it'll expire on July 31st, 2024, provided that the agreement shall automatically renew from year to year for a period of 5 years. Your alternatives tonight are to approve or not approve the interlocal agreement. And the financial impact in FY24, estimated expenditures are about $45,000. KISD reimburses the city for the expenses and typically a bit of a surplus for the students that are enrolled. And this is a budgeted expense. It's something that we budget for every fiscal year, and there is no additional funding that would be required. This does conform to city policy, and the staff does recommend that the city manager be authorized to sign this agreement. And just some facts for you. Since the building opened in 2003, this academy has been in place, so for 20 years. In that time, let's talk about the last 5 years. An average of 15 students enroll each year. They start as juniors, and if they complete all of the Fire Academy part in their junior year successfully, they'll move on to the senior year, finish off Fire Academy, and then go into EMT Basic Academy. Once they graduate from those 2 years of programs, they are then eligible to take the exams that make them certifiable and hireable for the Killeen Fire Department or any other fire department they choose. We've had 27 graduates in the last 5 years, so about 5 of the 15, 30% of the students end up graduating the program. It's not an easy program. It's a tough one, and it should be. We want our firefighters and EMTs to be tough and be able to handle that job as an 18-year-old out of high school. In the last 5 years, we've had 4 students challenge and receive certification through Texas Commission of Fire Protection, and then 2 have challenged the EMT exam and received their state certification for EMT. Since this program's inception, this is an exciting one, students that have been hired onto the Killeen Fire Department are 18. We have 18 students who came from the Killeen School District and have been hired onto the Killeen Fire Department. That to me is a success, even if we only had 1. It's a success, but 18 with our most recent being Fire Rescue Officer Alexis Bermea, who graduated high school 6 months early, 1 semester early, finished her EMT, and was hired technically 2 weeks after her graduation date. And she's on the floor and operating as a full functioning firefighter EMT as we speak now, and just 3 months later. So it's a great program, and we're just looking for your support to sign that MOU once again.
Once again, Chief, thank you and your staff for everything you do, especially with our interlocal agreements. This is why we do it, to ensure that we have relationships and partnerships, which are very important to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Secretary.
RS 23-129, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the award of bid number 2340 Sewer Main and Tremere Creek Basin Project to JM Pipeline LLC in the amount of $1,540,446.
Good evening, Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. A little background, in the 2019 Water and Wastewater Master Plan included this project. It is to construct a 12-inch sewer main north of Chaparral Road. This new sewer main will provide sewer services to the new customers in the Tremere Basin, as well as provide services to the new middle school that's been built out there. On May 24th of 2022, Council approved an interlocal agreement between the city and the Killeen Independent School District. And this interlocal agreement provided that we would have this project completed by the beginning of the FY24 school year, August of 2024, and the school district would actually pay $750,000 of this cost, or 50% up to $750,000. On July 13th of this year, we received 5 responsible bids. The bids are as follow. JM Pipeline is a selected vendor for this sewer project based on performance and best value of the city. JM Pipeline has done projects for the city of Fredericksburg, city of Llano, Kyle, New Brunswick, and San Marcos, to name a few. They have been vetted by Kimberly Horn for us. We have 2 alternatives: to award the bid or not to award the bid. And we, of course, staff recommends that we do award a bid for sewer main Tremere Creek Basin Project to JM Pipeline, and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute, and then all change orders. And this project is not to exceed $1.5 million. I'm available for any question you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Madam Secretary.
RS 23-130, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the procurement of a camera van for the Public Works Sanitary Sewer Division in the amount of $277,896.
Good evening, Mrs. Drake.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is for the procurement of a camera van for the Public Works Sanitary Sewer. So the sanitary sewer requires 2 camera vans to maintain the city's infrastructure. The units are used for underground piping inspections and identification of problem areas within the city. The oldest unit, which is currently 12 years old, with 64,000 miles and approximately 6,000 hours of runtime, which equates to about 198,000 miles, is originally scheduled to be replaced in 2024. However, it's reached a point where it's due for replacement now. So the replacement cost would be $277,896. The unit to be purchased from Essential Equipment LLC through Sourcewell Cooperative, and the funding is available in the Water and Sewer CIP Fund. And these would be your alternatives. And our recommendation would be for the City Council to authorize the purchase of the camera van, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question. What makes these vans so incredibly expensive?
I believe it has to do with the camera equipment and the computers, because it runs a camera underground in the pipes to identify where there's leaks.
Gotcha.
And Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Kanya could answer more detail.
He said you were correct.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Any more questions? Madam Secretary?
RS 23131, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the award of RFP 2317 for hotel occupancy tax collection and short-term rental compliance services to Avenue in the amount of $135,000 for FY '24.
Mrs. Drake?
Thank you. So this item is for the hotel occupancy, collection, and short-term rental compliance services. To provide a little background on this, on April 11th, Council approved the amendment to Chapter 31, which allowed for short-term rentals. We estimate that there are anywhere from 400 to 800, and the reason for that variation is because of their seasonal bookings. Currently, we have an agreement for hotel occupancy taxes administration for 42 properties. Those are for the hotels. On June 12th, the city began advertising for requests for proposals. We received a response from Avenue Insights and Analyticals, LLC. Staff has reviewed the response, and they have 33 years' experience in providing hotel administration and auditing services. So the services they provide are tax administration, auditing, discovery and recovery, short-term rental services, and the short-term rental services include monitoring and identification, registration and compliance, a tax portal, payment processing, permitting, tax collection and remittance, discovery and recovery, which would be collections, community outreach, reporting, and compliance auditing. So the term of the agreement would be for a period of 3 years with the option to renew for 2 successive one-year terms. And then this would outline the fees. So our estimated hotel occupancy tax revenue is $2.2 million, and our short-term rental revenue is a conservative estimate right now at $800,000 for a total of $3 million. And we're forecasting that to increase by 3%, which is conservative. And then our expenditures, the administration would be $175 per property for the administration portion of the contract. The auditing would be $2,000 per audit with a minimum of 2 audits. And then the discovery and recovery would be 45% contingency fee. And then the short-term rental would be $255 per property, and we're estimating that on 460 short-term rental properties, because right now we're having to estimate how many there would actually be until we get going. But as you can see, with that expense, there's an offsetting revenue. And on these, we're estimating a 5% increase per year. So these would be your alternatives. And then our recommendation would be to award the RFP 2317, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilmember Senard.
Thank you. So if I understand all the other part, but basically, this is more of a compliance issue. So they're going to identify those properties out there, because I was wondering about that when we passed this. I said, how are we going to be able to find all these properties, unless we go out there and start searching the internet and start searching these Airbnb sites to see who's doing it. Is that kind of what the operation is, for them to find that properties and find those that are not compliance?
Yes, they actually specialize in this, and so they do this for several other cities.
Yeah.
And they have a program or a specialized software that actually goes out and monitors 80 different websites.
Wow.
And so they can keep track of who's in compliance and what the listings are.
No, that's
So-
awesome, and I think you guys did a great job finding a company, because that was my first question when we passed this. How are we going to get everybody to comply? Because I know we have a lot of them out there, but finding someone that can do it was great, and thank you for that. Appreciate it.
So the question that I have is, once they find the individuals that are not in compliance, then what happens? What part does the city come in? How do we notify them, the fee for that? How long will we give them to become in compliance with the ordinance?
So Avenue would actually send them a letter notifying them that they were out of compliance and give them the opportunity to get registered. And then if they did not comply, then they would notify the city so that the code enforcement could then act on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Cagle.
And remember, from the last council meeting, the first 30 days of the month, people can register for free.
Yes.
I think that's very important.
First 30 days of the year, excuse me.
And that would come into play, Mr. Cagle, once we notify them that they're not in compliance. Because if they don't know, then I guess that's my question.
Yeah, we'll notify them they need to register.
So once if this bid is awarded, then the KC3 staff and Development Services will work together with Avenue to get the word out to all of the STRs that they need to be registered and ready to go in October, that the ordinance will be effective, and that it will be free to register in the month of October, so they will be communicating that with them. And they are actually planning on doing workshops to show the STRs how to do the reporting and how to go online and use the portal to be compliant.
Okay. So I'm building a new home, and I want my home to be Airbnb, okay? And I may do it next year. So, just say, say for instance, I'm just a regular person and I want to do it, but I do want to do that. So, a regular person decides he or she wants to do it, and they are not in our line of view. So, once it pops up, with this company, we'll still be working with this company and they'll still track.
Right, you would receive notification of the ordinance and notification of how to become compliant.
Okay.
How to register.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23-132, consider a memorandum resolution approving the Clean Arts Commission grant recommendations for fiscal year 2024.
Mrs. Drake.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item is for the Clean Arts Commission FY24 grant awards. So for some background, Texas Tax Code requires hotel occupancy tax revenues be spent in a manner that directly enhances and promotes tourism, the convention industry, and the hotel industry. Authorizes municipalities to allocate up to 15% of hotel occupancy tax collection for the arts. So the total FY24 grants to the arts allocation is $401,133. Of that, $87,672 is ARPA funds that are remaining, and then hotel occupancy tax funds of $313,461. So on the Arts Commission funding for the ARPA remaining, the original allocation was $394, and the remaining amount not spent is $87,672. So the grant award process started in March. On the 5th and the 19th, notice of mandatory workshop published, and then on the 24th and the 31st, they held grant application workshops. On April 21st, a grant application was due, and then on June 9th, the Arts Commission evaluated grant applications, and then on July 14th, the Arts Commission reviewed art grant recommendations. So on the grant award recommendations, these are the hot fund recommendations for the 313,461. And then the ARPA funds of $87,672, and these are only for the grantees that were affected by COVID. and then the total of 401,133. Now, you'll notice this Killeen Arts Commission Solar Eclipse 2024 for 50,442. So that is an event that the Arts Commission is planning. So that's for the solar eclipse of 2024, and that's a 3-day event to promote tourism and arts within the city of Killeen. They're planning that for April 5th, 6th, and 7th. They have a paint and sip with a sculpture unveiling to be held in downtown Killeen, planned for Friday, April 5th. And then a mini concert highlighting performers from Central Texas on Saturday, the 6th. And then on Sunday, the 7th, they have a plan for town hall in downtown Killeen, educating participants on the eclipse and closing with a cover band singing Final Countdown. And the commissioner was here earlier but had to leave, so if we have any questions, I believe Commissioner Brown was here and might be able to answer some of those questions. These would be your alternatives. And then our recommendation is to approve the grants recommendation.
Thank you. There are no questions for your ordinance. Council, you have 2 times to speak for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
OR 23015. Consider an ordinance repealing the Youth Curfew Ordinance, Chapter 16, Article 5 of the Code of Ordinances.
Attorney Clemens. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is the youth curfew ordinance item. And just a little background, in May of this year, City Council readopted its youth curfew ordinance, and the state legislature subsequently adopted House Bill 1819, which prohibited a political subdivision from adopting or enforcing an ordinance imposing a curfew to regulate the movements or actions of persons younger than 18. The effective date of this new law is September 1, 2023. So just a little bit of extra background, a similar bill has been filed in previous legislative sessions but did not pass until this year. I really didn't know if it was going to pass, and it did. So now the options then, because it does prohibit youth curfew ordinances, the options are to repeal the youth curfew ordinance or to not to repeal or to repeal it to comply with state law that's effective September 1 of this year. And the staff recommends to repeal the youth curfew ordinance to comply with state law.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Council, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let the record show we have 4 council members. Public hearing will be held on August 22nd, 2023. You will have council right now. You have, who's missing? I thought we had 5. Oh, we have 4. Okay, that's good. Let the record show that Councilmember Alvarez and Gonzalez is in the back. Public hearing will be held August 22nd, 2023. Council, you have 5 minutes to speak, 2 times each. And Solomon came from the back. All right. Madam Secretary.
PH 23045, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the FY 2023 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts and multiple funds.
Mrs. Drake, welcome back. I think this is Mr. Sean Davis' question. Oh, sir, you don't have to come up. She just remembered your question. Okay. Okay, yes, ma'am. Continue.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the item for the budget amendment for multiple funds, which will cover the wastewater impact fee fund and the general fund. So the first item is for the 12-inch sewer main and the Tremere Creek Basin project. This was a project that was briefed earlier by Mr. Reynolds. So the total right-of-way acquisition will be $108,391. We have a current budget of $33,000, and this budget amendment will add an additional $75,391. in wastewater impact fees. And then the construction total is $1.5 million. $750,000 will come from an interlocal agreement with KISD, which is already budgeted. $502,700 is already budgeted, and then this budget amendment will add an additional $287,746. So this is the actual transactions of $363,137 that's being added in wastewater impact fee fund. And then the second portion of the budget amendment is for the vacant structure permit. And this is an appropriation of surplus revenue. So back in January, when this fee was added, the budget amendment, or the budget had included $3,700 in revenue, and that revenue has exceeded that. And it was a directive of the council that that revenue be used for downtown projects. So this budget amendment would appropriate that additional $5,500 in revenue for a downtown project. So this is the actual transaction of recognizing the revenue and appropriating the expense for the downtown project. And our recommendation would be to approve the amendment for the budget. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't think this is Mr. Price. Mr. Cagle brought it to my attention, it's item 22. Councilmember Adams.
Quick question, just want to confirm, and for everyone, so the money that's for the first amendment, that's coming from impact fees, revenue from impact fees?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
There are no questions, thank you. Madam Secretary.
PH 23046, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by CSH Avenue Heights LTD on behalf of SSK Lodging LLC, case number Z2306, to rezone approximately 3.92 acres out of the W.H. Cole Survey, abstract number 150-701-1-4. North side from B5 Business District to R3A Multifamily Apartment Residential District. The property is locally addressed as 2600 Illinois Avenue, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Welcome back, Mr. Revelle.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, Council Pro Tem, and City Manager. This case is to rezone property that is located at 2600 Illinois Avenue from B5 to R3A, a multifamily apartment residential district. The star on the map shows the approximate location. This is the portion of the property that's being rezoned, or request to be rezoned, 3.92 acres. Delineation of the property in relationship to the surrounding zoning. As you can see, all of the surrounding zoning, with the exception to the north, is commercial. The applicant intends to develop an Avenue Heights Apartments, which is actually 69 units, 21 of those being one bedroom, 48 of those being two bedrooms, and also some other amenities like a clubhouse and pool. And this basically just shows the site plan layout. And then all of the relevant information associated with being consistent with the comprehensive plan. And there's a neighborhood infill growth area, so where growth should occur. And then the elements, the recommendations of the comprehensive plan that are being furthered by this effort. It's not located in a special flood hazard area, no known wetland inventory. View the subject property looking south. View the surrounding property looking to the north, to the residential area. All notifications were accomplished with one written response in opposition to the request. And then that's the star on the map to the north there in the yellow shows the one property that was property owner that was in opposition. And the alternatives are listed. And staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request. And then also reminding the council that this came before you back in February for support associated with the low-income housing tax credit. And then also this item was heard at the planning and zoning meeting on July 17th, and a vote of 4-0 to recommend approval of the applicant's request.
Thank you, Mr. Revelle. This project is really needed on the north side of Killeen, and I do remember them coming before us in February.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, housing, affordable housing is very important on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
north side of Killeen. Thank you. Any, Councilmember Adams? Madam Secretary.
PH 23047, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance requested by Quintero Engineering LLC on behalf of 9 property owners, case number Z2315, to amend the planned unit development standards for the Rosewood Springs Plan Unit Development, ordinance number 19017, to increase the maximum square footage of leased-owned business area within the commercial properties from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. The properties are generally located on the east side of Rosewood Drive at the intersections of Rosewood Drive and Rose Garden Loop, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Revelle.
Yes, ma'am. This is an item to amend an existing PUD that was adopted by the council back in 2019, really to allow for the Rose Springs PUD to increase the maximum square footage of a lease on own business area within the commercial properties from 5,000 square feet. That was what was approved, to 10,000 square feet. Approximate location is where the star is off of Rosewood Drive. This shows the location and the entire boundaries of the PUD. The actual properties that's in question is this commercial frontage there. Again, the PUD in relationship to the surrounding zoning. If approved, the applicant intends to build a 22,000 square foot commercial structure. 10,000 would be for that commercial lease space, and then the 12,000 would be subdivided into potentially 6 2,000 square foot lease spaces. Again, the request is to allow that single leased or owned business to be 10,000 square feet as opposed to what the PUD currently allows, which is 5,000 square feet. All the information about the comp plan, consistency, recommendations that are moving forward as a result. And the southwest corner, which is really just noted here, is located in a FEMA designated area. This is a view of the subject property looking east, view looking north towards CTE. All the notifications have been accomplished, and the responses are as noted on the slide. A lot of the notification, these represents the property owners, actually, that's making the request. And these 6 stars actually represent one property owner. So it looks like it's a lot of different property owners, but it's really 2 that's in support. And one is the property owner, one is the applicant. And then this one that's in opposition. The alternatives are noted. The staff is actually recommending approval of the request, but we're also considering that the condition be revised associated with permitted uses, such that the sale of secondhand goods is not allowed as a business use. And again, the staff is actually supporting the request to allow for the 10,000 square foot retail as opposed to only the 5,000 being allowed right now for a single lease owned space. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this case on July the 17th, and they voted by a vote of 3-2, I believe it was, but they wanted to change the our recommendation such that to say that retail uses and businesses excluding the sale of secondhand goods, but allowing for the sale of antiques. As I mentioned, that motion passed 3-2 by the commissioners with Sabree and Pluckerman in opposition. Sabree was concerned about proliferation of dollar stores. It is my understanding that part of the motivation for this request is associated with a possible Dollar Tree. Commissioner Pluckerman also stated that he supported staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. Councilmember Cigar.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think you answered it because I was going to ask that tough question, what kind of retail is going to go in there? And you don't know for sure if it's a Dollar Tree or?
From everything that we've seen, that's what it will be.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So like a secondhand store is something like a Goodwill store?
Yes,
or
ma'am. Pawn shop.
Pawn
thrift
shop?
store. Yes, ma'am.
Thrift store.
Secondhand goods. Yes, ma'am.
Secondhand goods, okay. Councilmember Adams.
First question I got is this considered a significant change to the previous PUD agreement?
So to answer your question, we don't believe it's a significant change. The original PUD had residential and commercial components. This is really looking to just change that area requirement associated with the commercial space that's, a single space that's owned or leased. Is just looking to change that requirement. Staff did add that change associated with the retail uses as it relates to secondhand goods. But beyond that, there are no other changes being recommended to the PUD that was adopted back in 2019.
That leads to about the traffic. I live down the street from there.
Yes, sir.
Since it's not, then the traffic study is not required, or is one still required?
So they had to, as a part of this submission, submit the traffic impact analysis worksheet. And we are going to require, not as a part of this process, but when they go through the building permit process, a traffic impact analysis will be required.
Okay, and because of the traffic, is there a difference between the amount of traffic for a single 10,000 as opposed to the amount of traffic for twice? I know a lot of variables will come to play on this, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of why staff will recommend it based off of.
Sure. Whether there's a substantial difference, I probably want to consult with the city engineer, if that's okay.
All right.
Mr. Zegers?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. In regard to the question, it all really depends on what the use is. Looking at a grocery store, smaller, bigger, yes, the size does, because the square footage does play into the account of calculating what the estimated trips are or how much traffic they're being proposed on the roadway. So what they're proposing, how big it is, that all plays into what they're going to do when they analyze and do the traffic report.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I had similar questions as Councilmember Adams, but for clarification, I would probably go a step further and say if the proposed use is retail, what do you expect the difference to be from one 10,000 square foot store or two 5,000 square foot stores, which they can currently do as it is?
Depends on what retail goes in. You have.
Let's say it's a dollar store.
A Dollar Tree, dollar has to be general. You're doubling the traffic if it's the same use. If it's a restaurant, if it's DMV. DMV is the worst one you can do. That has the highest traffic. But, if you're just doubling the size of the building and it's the same use, you're going to see the double amount of traffic that comes out of the analysis. Now, what the thresholds are and how it impacts the roadway, that's all part of the study.
Okay, and Mayor, if we're able to, I believe the representatives here from the civil engineer for the project, if we could have them come up for some further clarification.
Sir, Mr. Revelle, don't y'all go too far, because we still have some more questions.
Good evening, Council. George Mesa with Quintero Engineering. I would like to point out, and just kind of a little bit of history on our plat, or on our project itself, is that we actually have submitted and have validated with the City of Killeen a plat to combine 2 lots into 1 lot, and that has already validated through the city, and all we're waiting for is final signatures and to bring it back to the city for final recording. And I would also like to point out the current PUD, each of those lots is technically allowed to have a 30,000 square foot building. The only caveat in all that is that they have to be 5,000 square foot leases. Our proposed project sits on 2 lots, 22,000 square feet. If we were to put separate structures on there, we'd be looking at a possible 60,000 square foot worth of buildings and lease spaces. So it definitely does decrease in size, and the land size also kind of doubles. But I'd be happy to answer any other questions or clarifications you guys may need.
Councilmember Alvarez?
I think someone also brought up the point about traffic concerns, and can you speak to anything regarding a past or present or future traffic impact analysis?
During the we actually also developed both Rosewood Commercial, which is everything along Rosewood, and the entire PUD development with the residential mix. At that time, we prepared a TIA and submitted it to the city for plating. Based off of the outcome of those, we had installed the left turn lanes there that you see on Rosewood. Any other future TIAs would be at the discretion of staff. But at the time, we installed those, and it was satisfactory by city staff. With those being commercial lots. So.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Solomon, it's for staff. Is it for staff, Councilmember Solomon, your question?
Yes, it can be for staff. I wanted to know, do we have an idea of what other businesses that will be there? Is it just one building? I believe it's, now, from what I understand, and I live near there, we supposed to have been getting, it's supposed to have been an HOA type area. It's supposed to have been a lot of garden homes in that area, which there's more duplexes than garden homes now. And I wonder what other businesses are going to be there? Is it a plaza?
Yes, it's one structure. So I guess when you're thinking of dollar store, it's not a standalone 10,000 square foot building. It is a much larger building that has additional 12,000 square feet of lease spaces. So the person developing it is a commercial builder and owner. They maintain ownership of the plaza itself. And anything that they've done it before in the past where they've done similar projects like this, most of their tenants are they're business professionals or dry cleaners, things to service the community that they're in. I know Rosewood kind of lacks a little bit of that right there. You kind of have to go to Stan Schluter or Parker Heights to go and get anything. But it's pretty much any use that's inside of the PUD document, which allows for like bakeries and dry cleaners, I think is in there, professional offices, whether it's a dentist or a doctor, chiropractor, those kind of things. As of right now, I don't think that they have any additional, don't have any additional people that have already like locked into wanting to get into one of those lease spaces, but I'm sure that there's talks with potential leasees on those.
Okay, will there be an HOA there?
I want to say that the HOA is limited to the residential part of it.
Right. Supposed to be gated, because what we're seeing now is different from what we were told back in 2018. 19.
Right, so I know a lot of those homes are being under construction right now. There is a portion of it that was supposed to be gated. I don't have a map with me, but it's the one road that kind of does like an L shape and then a little cul-de-sac. We are currently working with city staff of getting those gates in place, and is also with the clubhouse that's supposed to be there on the corner. So all those talks with staff are being currently had.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So everything according to the plan, I guess Councilmember Solomon is saying, that was proposed in 2019 with the PUD and how it was going to be developed, everything is the same?
Yes, ma'am. The only change that we're requesting is the 5,000 to 10,000 square foot lease space.
And that is to bring in the dollar store along with other businesses?
With other businesses that may require an additional more than 5,000 square feet of lease area. The only reason that we included the entire PUD was because it is an entire PUD. It's not separate. So we had to bring it all back forth. But as far as the residential, everything else about the PUD is exactly the same, with the one change from 5,000 to 10,000.
And that includes a clubhouse, a walking trail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Revelle.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Secretary.
PH 23048, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Julia Doro on behalf of J. Brez LLC, Series B, case number Z2318, to rezone approximately 1 acre being part of the J.J. Roberts Survey, abstract number 731, 753-2, from R1 Single Family Residential District to M1 Manufacturing District.
Thank you.
The property is locally addressed as 5200 East Veterans Memorial Boulevard, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Revelle.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone property that's located at 5200 East Veterans Memorial Boulevard from R1 Single Family to Manufacturing. The star on the map shows the location, approximate location of the property in question. The rectangle shows the portion of the property that's under consideration for rezoning from R1 to M1. Again, you can see the surrounding zoning for this property is all industrial, and this change would make that consistent. It kind of says that on that slide. All of the consistency with the comp plan. No environmental issues. Subject property view looking from the south, looking from the north. All the notification requirements have been met. No written response received to date. And these are the council alternatives, and staff is recommending approval of the applicant's requests. This was heard at the Planning and Zoning July 17th meeting, and they voted by a vote of 4-0 to recommend approval of the applicant's requests.
Thank you, Mr. Revelle. This is probably one of our easiest zoning that have come before us. It's right smack in the middle. It's easy.
Yes,
yes, sir. Thank you very much. There are no questions from you, for you. Okay, items for discussion at workshop. Council, you get 2 times to speak for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
DS 23-080, Municipal Court Briefing.
Good evening, Judge Christner.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor.
Even though I like to see you, I'm hoping the council would do a motion of direction and you can come back quarterly.
Oh, I would hope that too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
The floor is
evening.
yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members, city manager. Okay. Yeah, I'd much appreciate quarterly as well. Thank you. And also, just to announce that I won't be able to do the briefing next month because I have the criteria for giving the information to the secretary, and we're not able to get the information to you in time to have it given to the secretary. So the next meeting will be in October. The next briefing will be in October, but it will cover September. And it will cover August. This meeting will cover July, and I'll give you the updates from June to July. So I'll start with the overview. We'll start with the number of defendants in June and July, the funds collected, and then we'll cover the National Center for State Courts Court 2 metrics for July and June as well. This is just the clearance rates, the times to disposition, age of pending caseload, and the trial to date certainty. I'll also explain what all those things are before I give you the numbers. So first we'll cover the number of defendants. We'll start with June, and we'll give the update for July. So in June, as I said last month, we had 1,441 defendants that were serviced by the clerks in the lobby, and we had 341 defendants who appeared for the court dockets. That's for all the dockets for that month. Then in July, we had an increase in both those numbers. We had 1,526 defendants serviced by the clerks in the lobby, and 380 defendants appeared for court dockets. We'll move on now to the funds collected. We'll start with June and we'll go to July. Now for the funds collected, these are the total funds collected by the court. This includes fines, fees, and costs. Now this metric shows how much money was retained by the city and also how much was remitted to the state. This determines the total amount of funds collected by the court. Now, as you can see the comparison, in June, we collected a little more money for the city than in July, but we remitted more to the state in June than we did in July. Now, the total amount of funds was more in June than it was in July. I really can't explain why that is, because we have more defendants, but sometimes that's just how it works. Now, moving on to the National Center for State Courts Court 2 metrics. I'll cover July through August, but actually, I'm sorry, this is a misprint. I believe it's June through July. I apologize for that. We'll start with the clearance rate. We'll start with the number of outgoing cases as a percentage of the number of incoming cases. And this clearance rate measures whether the court is keeping up with its incoming caseload. Now in June, we had an actual number of 58.8%, and in July we increased to 62.82%. We're still below the national time standards of 100% or higher. And as I stated before, I believe most of this reason is because of our backlog, because of our shortage of court staff. So we're not able to keep up with the numbers of the national time standards, but hopefully we'll get there soon. Next, we'll move on to time to disposition. Now, time to disposition is a percentage of cases disposed or otherwise resolved within established time frames. Now, this measure is used along with the clearance rate and age active of pending caseload, and it's an essential management tool that assesses the length of time it takes a court to process cases. Okay, so for time to disposition in June, we do it within 60 days, within 90 days, and within 180 days. And you can see the national time standards. It's 75% of cases disposed within 60 days, 90% within 90 days, and 98% within 180 days. In June, we're really low at 29.34% within 60 days, 37.72% within 90, and 66.47% within 180. We've increased those numbers all in July to 51.25% within 60, 59.38% within 90, and 77.50% within 180. And once again, we're still under the crunch of not serving those warrants between 2018 and 2022. So we're just going to gradually get the numbers up as we get those warrants issued. But it's going to take a while. So it'll be very long before we can get to the time standards that's there, but we're trying. Next is the age of pending caseload. Now this is the age of the active cases that are pending before the court, measured as the number of days from filing until the time of measurement. Now these cases that are filed but are not yet disposed are what make up the court's pending caseload. Now you see for June, we go through the pending cases that are 1 through 60 days old, then we measure 61 to 90 days old, then 91 to 180 days old, and then finally it's cases that are older than 180. As you can see in June, we're at 3.84% for 1 to 60, 1.53% for June to June, and then for 61 to 90, and then for a 91 to 180 is 4.29 for June, and for older than 180 days, it's 90.34%. Now for July, we decreased from the 1 to 60 days to 3.54%. The 61 to 90, we increased some to 1.93%. We're down a little from 91 to 180 to 4.19%. And we're consistent with the older than 180 at 90.34%. So it seems like we're being pretty consistent. The numbers only move slightly, but we're still very much below where we need to be. Now there's time of date certainty. These are the number of times cases are disposed by trial that are scheduled for trial. And this metric provides a tool for management to evaluate the effectiveness of calendaring and the continuous practices. Now the good news is this is an easy graph because we have no trials in June or July. So the numbers are both 0. We don't have many bench trials before the judge or jury trials in our court. Sometimes cases are set for trial, but they're pled out by the prosecutor and the defendant, or sometimes we set cases for trial and people don't show up, so we have to do continuances. So to summarize, we talked about the defendants for July and June, the funds collected, and we covered the court tool metrics from the National Center for State Courts. Are there any questions?
Thank you, sir. Do anyone have any questions? Councilmember Boyd, do you have a question?
No, Madam Mayor, I was going to make a motion.
Okay, okay, you can go ahead on, make that motion of direction, sir.
And thank you, Judge Krishna, for this monthly report. We do appreciate it. Make a motion of direction to move the monthly municipal court briefings to quarterly.
Thank you for that motion of direction. Councilmember Adams?
Madam Mayor, I want to second that motion. I also have a question after you deal with the motion.
Okay, your question?
As one of your challenges when I met with you was your shortage of marshals. And I do want to point out, I appreciate the two of you and the chief of police working together to kind of cover that. But I know council, we probably have to address that soon.
We already addressed that. Mr. Cagle was working with you. Is that true,
Yes, Madam Mayor,
Judge?
we're working on it now,
Okay.
Yeah, they
and we'll have a
already
meeting
addressed
pretty
that.
soon. I'll contact Mr. Cagle to schedule a meeting with Mr. Cagle and Chief Lopez to kind of work out something, because there's a few issues still. We're trying to work it out, but hopefully we'll have something soon.
All right, thank you.
And, yeah, we discussed that a couple months ago. So,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
All right, with that being said, Councilwoman Gonzalez. Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind. Well, we're truly appreciative. So they said quarterly once they vote, and I guess, Mr. Councilmember Boyd, with that quarterly, you wanted to start from this month and start the quarterly from this month?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Also, council members, just so you know.
We're just gonna vote on this real quick.
My apologies.
Motion of direction.
My apologies.
All in favor of this motion of direction? And then the floor back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. The motion of direction carries 7-0. Thank you, council, for that. Yes, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, council members, I just want to say, if there's anything else you'd like me to brief you on for the court briefings, please let me know. I'm more than happy to give you whatever you need. These are just information that I came up with. I thought it was important information. I know it's a lot of numbers and graphics, and sometimes people want more than that. So if there's anything else you request, just please let me know. I'll be happy to provide that to you.
Thank you. I think it's important. Your caseload is important to us also, and the revenue that's coming in is extremely important to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you.
Absolutely.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
DS 23-082, discuss the Chaparral Road project regarding the proposed roadway alignments.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Zagers, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, good evening, Mayor, fellow council members. I'm here also with our consultant, Colton Fisher from Friesen Nichols.
Good evening, sir. If y'all
So-
want to stand up with them in case
So-
council have questions,
Sure.
that's fine.
So we're here to do a presentation on Chaparral, where we are with the alignment options that we've come up with. Also discuss what the results were when we had our open house meeting over there at the church off of Chaparral.
Yes, sir.
Going to actually have Colton do the presentation, and then we'll
Okay.
open up for questions. Really, what we're looking for is, at least on the portions that in the Colleen area, when we have the multiple legs, we're going to present what our recommendation is on the alignment that we've come up with. But we're obviously looking for buy-in by the council.
And that's in District 3
I
or
believe
2?
it's District 2 and 3.
2 and 3? Okay,
So,
2 and 3, okay.
yes, multiple council members on this one.
Yes,
It's a big
and-
project. And then we've also went to Harker Heights and briefed their council as well, because the project does extend over to their city limits.
Okay,
All right, and with that, I'll give you Colton.
thank you, sir.
You got 4 minutes.
No,
just
you don't
kidding.
have 4
Just kidding.
minutes. Okay, you being funny now.
That would be a problem.
That was good, though. Good evening, sir.
Hi, thank you, Andrew, for introducing me. Again, my name's Colton Fisher. I'm with Friesen Nichols. We're the design firm for the Chaparral Road project. Go ahead and get started here. A little background on the project. This project was first brought up in 2004, so it's been a long time coming, and I think anyone who's driven out on Chaparral, especially during school hours, knows this project is very necessary. We're looking to expand the roadway section, add sidewalks, lots of good stuff. So we've known it's needed for a long time, but there's just been a lack of funding. In 2022, we finally got some funding from K-Tempo, which got this process started. And like Andrew said earlier, in this council chamber, we are pursuing additional funding through outside means, federal, state, whatever we can find. This is just a quick overview map of the area. The main purpose is just to show how much is going on in this area. There's a lot of residential developments, a lot of commercial developments, both existing and proposed. There's Chaparral High School, the future middle school that's being built right now. There's a future elementary school going in, probably in the next few years. So there's a lot of growth along Chaparral, and the road needs to grow with that. This is an overview of the different alignment alternatives we've looked at. A lot of the alignment is already set based on the current city right-of-way that we do have, but there are a few areas where we're looking to either acquire right-of-way or use what we already have to best fit the city's needs. And we gave the city a few options, and we're ultimately looking for y'all to decide what it is you want to do. And I'll get into some more detailed maps later on. Like I said before, these are the improvements we're proposing through this project. So right now, the road is 2-lane undivided. We're looking to expand to a 4-lane divided road, which means 2 lanes in each direction and a raised median in the middle. And then where turning movements are needed, we'll use that raised median to add a left turn lane. We're also looking to add 12-foot shared use paths on either side of the road. So this is a hike and bike trail, if you will. You can walk, you can bike, you can scooter, whatever it may be. Like I talked about earlier, we're also looking to partially realign 2 segments of Chaparral that we'll get into in a minute here. And there are 11 intersections we're looking to improve with either a roundabout or a traffic signal. And this is just a quick typical section of what I was describing. You have the 4 lanes, the raised median, and then the shared use path on either side. So this is area one we're looking to get your opinion on. We looked at 3 different alternatives. So alignment A is the pink line that takes a curve and goes 90 degrees down and takes another curve. Alignment B is the green angled alignment. And alternative C follows east until it hits East Tremere, and then it goes south following the existing alignment. There are a lot of pros and cons that go along with these. So we tried to summarize them in a table here. We looked at several different aspects of each alignment. Public support was varied, but most people liked alternative B the most, which is the angled green alignment here. Property impacts are varied based on the number of parcels and acres, but alignment C is the best when it comes to right-of-way acquisition, simply because we're following East Tremere going south, so there's just less right-of-way to acquire. Estimated construction cost, B is the cheapest, and then A, and then C, which is a major factor. Alternates A and B also have less traffic disruptions during construction because we're going through Greenfield rather than widening East Tremere, which will impact traffic during construction. Development potential is another one. So alignments A and B cut through Greenfield, so there's a lot of potential for development along Chaparral on either side, where alternative C follows an existing alignment, so there's less land opened up for development in the future. Environmental impacts, as far as we know at this point, are basically the same across the board. Until we do further analysis, we won't really know on that one. Traffic flow will be smoother with A and B, and this is because if we did C, vehicles would need to make right turn movements to go south and then left turn movements to go east. So there's a lot of turning movements where A and B is just a continual through motion. Utility relocations, we're also expecting fewer of those with alternatives A and B. And just some side notes to consider with each of them. Alternates A and B, we would be dividing 1 or 2 parcels that currently have cattle, so they requested a cattle crossing. It's up to the council if we want to do that or not, but that would be a fairly large expense. Alternative C, one of the perks of this one is that there would be an easier connection to the future elementary school you can see on the north side here. But the downside is that, we need to widen East Tremere, which increases traffic along East Tremere and causes issues during construction. So that was the west area, and now we'll look at the east area. This is between Rosewood and Stillhouse Lake at the very east end of Chaparral. There are 3 alternatives here as well. They look really similar on paper, but they do have some pros and cons with each one. So alternate A is the south pink, B is the middle blue, and C is the north green. We actually added alternate B after our public meeting we conducted based on public feedback, so we don't have any public support numbers for that one. But north and south received basically equal support, so there's no huge sway either way. Property impacts, you can see the number of parcels and acres on here. They're fairly similar, a little bit different. Construction cost is going to be more with the middle alternative, mainly because we are going to, our alignment goes across, I forgot I did that. Our alignment goes across the existing bridge, so during construction, we would need to build a temporary bridge while we reconstruct the new bridge. So that's the main difference in the cost. Harker Heights also expressed they may or may not want a sound wall on their property. That would be up to them and their cost, but just so you know, that is an option in the future. Environmental impacts, again, are basically the same as far as we know right now. Utility relocations, the south looks a little bit better than the other 2. And some side notes on each one. Alternate A, the south option, this pink one here, there are a few parcels on the south side where we would need to acquire so much right-of-way, we might possibly need to condemn them or take the entire parcel, which is definitely a downside. I already talked about the temporary bridge. It's kind of a downside of the middle option. Alignment C more closely follows the existing road, but may involve the sound wall that Harker Heights mentioned. A quick summary of our public outreach. We conducted a public meeting in March of 2023 at a church along Chaparral. We had some really good attendance. There were 338 total participants in person and online. It was a madhouse if you were there. But we were thankful to have all of the input from the public. And we also conducted individual stakeholder meetings with all these entities on the left side. You can see here, police, fire, City of Harker Heights, Bell County, the ISD, as well as a few others. So we've definitely taken our time to get input from everyone who's involved before we move ahead with these alignments. Common themes that we received from the public. People don't like the congestion and traffic right now, so that's a good thing. That means we need to do this project. People said there needs to be a traffic signal at the Stillhouse Lake intersection, which doesn't affect the Killeen portion, but that is part of the overall project. People are concerned about right-of-way acquisition, which on any big project like this is going to be a concern and definitely something for the council to consider. We've been proposing the opportunity to do roundabouts at a few of the intersections, and we got some support and a lot of opposition. It tends to be something that people oppose beforehand, and once they get used to it, they love it. So it's up to y'all if you want to pursue that or not. Safety concerns are always a big one with large projects like this, and then just general concerns about the timeline of how long it's going to take to get constructed. I included a few bullet points here on the benefits of the raised medians and roundabouts. I won't get too far into it and bore you all with them, but roundabouts tend to work a lot better for traffic flow and safety. There are a lot of studies out there that prove that they are better for the public overall. And raised medians are mainly to improve safety. There are no head-on collisions when you can't go across the lane. There's a curb in the way. So these are the recommendations that we came up with along with city staff. For the western portion, we're recommending alignment B, which is the angled alignment. It tended to have the most green on all of the categories. It's cheaper. It has better long-term usage for the city. There's better opportunities for development, all kinds of things like that. And then for the eastern portion, we had put the north option in here. Harker Heights just got back to us a day or two ago and said they approved the middle option, and we've decided we're okay with that for everyone to stay on the same page. So we're also recommending that to be in line with the City of Harker Heights. And we also got Bell County's opinion on both these areas, and they were fine with all our recommendations. They didn't have any issues. So for y'all's information, next steps, we've already done a lot of data collecting and public outreach. Right now we're in the middle of schematic design, and once the council selects alignment routes, we can get more involved in detailed schematic design. That schematic design is estimated to finish in early to mid next year, where we'll have another public meeting to show everyone what we came up with. Then detailed design will begin, and that's going to take probably a year and a half. And then phase one construction will begin. So that is from SH 195 to East Tremere. Because this is such a large project and so expensive, we need to cut it into manageable chunks. So right now, we're focusing on phase one, which will be that 195 to East Tremere segment. That's all I have. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent presentation, and I do agree with your alignment routes for the West B and for the East C. And my question is the roundabout compared to the traffic signal lights. Is there a cheaper, the roundabout is cheaper than the traffic signal light?
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So the nice thing about roundabouts is you don't have a traffic signal, so you don't have to maintain one. So power goes out, the traffic's still working. The most costly part of a roundabout is the land, because it does take a bigger piece of land to put a roundabout than it does a traffic signal. But long-term, they're easier to maintain, they're cheaper for staff, they're cheaper for our maintenance crews, they're safer, so depending on how the traffic reports come out, look at the balance, it really depends if they're feasible or not, is based on turning movements. So what is the main traffic flow based at the intersection? Is it balanced or is it unbalanced? And that's the kind of thing you look at for if you want to do a roundabout or not, or propose it. Other things you can do with roundabouts, if you have a couple that are closer, it means you can narrow the road down where you don't have to have that middle lane, because then people can then utilize the roundabouts to do a left turn. So if you come out of your driveway and there's a lot of traffic, you're only looking one direction, you're making a right, you go to the roundabout to essentially do a U-turn. And it's a lot safer, you prevent a lot of accidents that way, and then keeps things moving. So those are things that we'll have to look at. Whether they can or cannot work. And I think we've already done a little bit where some of the intersections may work, some really don't.
Okay, and my other question for the right-of-way, for alternate B, the cost.
So the right-of-way, the nice thing about where we're, the big chunk is that we're only dealing with a few, just a limited amount of property owners. The harder part will probably be everything to the west when we're dealing with multiple property owners and we're doing smaller amounts of right-of-way widening just to get the road in. When you're dealing with buying chunks through one big parcel, it tends to be a lot easier. There's a little more opportunities for negotiations that we can work with the property owner to make it easier for us.
Okay, thank you.
And to answer your question, we won't know the cost of right-of-way until we start coordinating with the property owners. And the environmental process doesn't allow us to do any of that coordination until we know the right-of-way we need.
Okay, thank you both. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the east end, around the Rosewood area, I know while I was at one of the town halls, a resident was talking about a sound wall. That's one of the decisions that we have to make as well, or is that something the property owners need to do?
That would be something we'd want to do. I mean, obviously, it's a cost. When we talked to Harker Heights and they proposed the sound wall by that subdivision, it's on the north side as you cross over the Tremere Creek. I think I can't remember what the estimate was, but
It's about 1.1 million.
Yeah,
So it's not cheap.
yeah, they're not cheap. It's a big chunk, concrete walls or other type of materials, but you're putting these big barriers out there. It'll be something as we get more towards the design, we start working with the public. We see if they're practical, or if there's something that we really want to push, and then we can start looking at the cost and seeing how much available funding we're getting through grants, because ultimately, we're still being aggressive, and how many dollars can we get that'll be grant money and not having to deal with city or county money.
Right. And then on that east end, I know that's in the latter part of the project, but right now it's not the safest route going through. We're adjusting, you're changing the gradient coming from Steelhouse to where it connects, or we're still gonna have that dip?
Right, there is, right now you have that kind of left and then little S-curve maneuver, through a stop sign, that are a side street stop sign over there. When we get to Harker Heights, or you got actually on our section past Rosewood, yes, that's the accidents. We've had a couple people leave the roadway right there. So straightening it out, was the ultimate way to straighten out was green, but we didn't know how it was going across the creek and how it ties into the Harker Heights. Based on the meetings, that's where we came up with the blue, because it was kind of the best of both worlds.
Okay.
We're able to flatten it out, get rid of that hard curve, make it a little more safer so cars are following a natural tendency to move forward than falling off the road.
And that'll be a longer bridge.
They're all about the same, actually.
Okay. I mean,
depending where we're at.
from the current bridge, it'd be a longer.
Yeah, they're all going to be bigger bridges, the ones out there.
All right,
Much
thanks.
wider.
Yes, and wider,
Mayor
with
Pro
rails.
Sir, my concern is always the constituents. When we start working on these roads and we're gathering this money because we don't have all the grants and what we need now, where would we start? Are we going to start down at Steelhouse, or are we going to start on the other end? I'm hoping you're saying over here in District 3 is where you're going to start, because we want to ensure that people who have been disheartening by our roads and by these turns, that we get the first kick in this.
So our focus is Phase 1. That was originally applied for Decay Tempo, which is 195 to East Tremere. So it's everything by the high school, everything that's within the city of Killeen.
Okay.
So that's the focus, is to be Phase 1, and that's one we want to attack first.
Okay, and that's important. And I hope as we go into this project that we're thinking of that also, because those constituents back there, they need a break.
Yeah.
They want to see it. They want to see something good going on.
And
Thank you.
yeah.
Well, we thank both of you for presenting tonight. And, oh, that just popped up, I'm sorry. Councilmember Boyd
Yes, yes, it did, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
and Councilmember Alvarez, you'll be next with the pop-up.
Now the questions are coming. All right, so, love the graph that shows the developments, the schools and all that good stuff. Very easy to follow and understand. But the question was on the design, the proposed design with the shared bike use trail, whatever, going down. Is that gonna be needed for Chaparral?
So it is actually on the K-Tempo plan, the pathway plans, master pathway plans for the entire area is to have that multifunctional, multi-use pathway along Chaparral. So we're actually in conformance with the regional planning organization on that.
Okay, so it's more or less their initiative and their studies and stuff like that.
But it also allows us to apply for that $14 million grant too.
Gotcha. Very important. Oh, well, bring them on, right?
Yeah.
The other thing I was gonna mention, was the bridge portion of this that wasn't spoken of. And I believe that's in Harker Heights. Have we come to a decision on?
It's, the border is the center of the creek. I mean, where the city, so I think what we've been looking at, that at the long run, the bridge will be more city of Killeen. So when we're dealing with the alignment where that, we'll be ultimately the ones that'll take over the responsibility of the bridge.
Gotcha. I like the idea about the roundabouts, which are safer. I think, should that come up to us to make a final decision on, I think the council should make that decision to move forward. Chaparral is on the edge of the city. It's not like it's in the inner portion of the city where we're not used to it. It's gonna be a thoroughfare, if you will, at some point, so that could be appropriate. And I like the idea of no head-on collisions at the intersection, not having to maintain a signal, power going out. Those are great points, and I hope we can increase roundabouts in our city. I don't even know if we have one at this point, but that would be good in my opinion. Anyways, all I got, thank you.
To answer your question, Councilmember Boyd, we do not have a roundabout in Killeen. They do have one in Harker Heights, and I truly enjoy that roundabout because it keeps the traffic moving. You just gotta know it's like in, out, dodgeball. You just gotta know when to jump in. So yeah, I like that. I do. I agree with Councilmember Boyd on that. We should move forward with that one. Councilmember Alvarez.
Madam Mayor, I believe Mr. Councilmember Boyd answered or asked my question about the bridge, and I know there was conversations in the past whether or not Killeen was going to have to take over, maintenance in perpetuity of that bridge. City of Harker Heights believed they didn't have the staff capability to do it, so that answers that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sagara. That's another pop-up.
Yeah, because nobody asked that, and I know that you had mentioned that you were looking for direction from the council as far as which plans. So Mayor, I don't know if that's something that, and I know you mentioned you liked C and B, and
Well,
I'm okay with.
He gave us two options.
Yeah.
He gave us for the
Or B, excuse me, B.
west is B, east is C. Those are our two options, correct? Yes, I agree. Yes, sir. Those are the two we're gonna do a motion of direction on. I'm glad you caught that.
And so I'm okay with that. So I make a motion of direction that we go with those two.
Thank you. That's west B, east C. I need a nod. That's right. That's right.
Pending a roundabout.
Yeah, more than one
Actually,
roundabout.
Well,
What
in
was
staff, we were actually looking for, well, we're focusing on B for the clean
West.
section on the eastern portion, so this section by Stillhouse. Believe that aligns with what Harker Heights wanted as well.
And that's
So,
East C.
East B.
B for both.
Yeah, B for both.
Oh, B for both.
Yes.
Bravo, bravo. Okay. All right. Thank you for catching that. Did you, Councilmember Cigar, is west and east, bravo.
Ours is the east, right? Excuse me. So that's going to be the B.
B. Bravo, Bravo. Okay.
So
Councilmember.
revise my motion to make a motion of direction that we choose B.
Okay, that's good. Councilmember Adams.
I second the motion of direction.
All right. All right. Oh, it's clear and quick. Anyone else got comments? I'm focused on it. All right. So the motion of direction is Bravo West B. Bravo. And we don't have to do East Bravo B. Okay. All in favor of the motion of direction? Seven to zero. Once again, thank you both. With Chaparral Road, as we all know, I can speak for the council, is the safety of our children, the safety of our residents, and thank you all for your hard work and your team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Madam Secretary.
DS 23083, discuss proposed amendments to the architectural and design and site design standards ordinance.
Thank you, Mrs. Messer. Mr. Cagle?
Mayor, if you don't mind, just to lead off a bit from some of the comments that we heard. We put this on the agenda tonight to get some direction. We had no intention of this being voted on, wasn't even proposed to be brought forward for action next week. We felt like we were at an impasse with all the meetings that we had, and we needed some direction. So that's the main thing we're after tonight, is just to get it out in public and get some direction. And secondly, I think we have a good presentation that will answer a lot of the questions and a lot of good pictures, and I don't think we're going to see any that are 50 years old.
Okay, would that address the 80 square foot porch?
Well, I can address that.
Please.
We put a lot more options in there. They don't have to choose that. So I guess our thought on that was, if it's going to be a porch, it ought to be a porch. But in some way, I agree with what they're saying. If you're just going to stick an 80 square foot porch on a house that it doesn't fit, I agree. It doesn't mean much. It needs to be that style of house, and a lot of that comes from the way the neighborhood's designed. If we're not going to change the design of the neighborhood, I don't know how much impact some of this is going to have. You can do a whole lot to change the look of a neighborhood just by bringing the houses closer to the street, narrowing the street, putting street trees in, and you probably wouldn't notice that all the houses looked alike. But having said that, I think we'll try to answer all those discussions, and this was a proposal for some discussion. We haven't been asking for a vote. Now, we may very well want some motions of direction to kind of tell us where you want us to go with this. But we weren't presenting an ordinance for final consideration.
And Mayor Pro Tem has a question for you, sir.
I think I've had this question. It's been like a debating question for me. When I listen to the developments, I read the ordinances, and then I think about the consumer. Are you saying to me that as a consumer, when I walk into the developers, with the 2,200 square foot home that I may want to build, with maybe a 30,000 square foot porch, and maybe a big patio, well, 40, I think 40 is like the minimum, and it stops? It's not the house that I dream of. It's not what I want to build. Because it makes it seem to the consumer or the person that's about to build the house that I'm actually not building the house that I want to build. How does this play a part in that little consumer that comes in with her house plan, who have these little things that they want, and they're listening to all of this? Because I'm still at the point, you all know where I am. If it's my money, I want to get what I want. And I'm not caring about if you want a garage on the front, but I want my garage on the side. How does this play a part if I want a barn-style roof instead of a flat roof? If I want one tree, but you're telling me I need 2 trees, how does this play a part for the consumer?
Well, the consumers don't get those kind of choices. You can't take a plan that you've come up with to KB or DR Horton, and they're going to build it. They're production builders. They have a set that you get to choose from that has some options. So, and I don't know how much of a market there is when you move into a community and you need to buy a house. People buy houses and they buy what's available. It's not necessarily, may not be necessarily what they were really looking for. They buy from what's available.
But if I bought my own acreage and my own land and I go out in the middle of a field, I can build what I want. My money.
Well, yeah, then you start talking about building in the city or county. So in the county, you have all sorts of freedom, but you also don't have the security because you can build your $1 million dream home in the county and someone can put in a rendering plant next door to you. That's one of the reasons cities exist, so people have some reasonable, it's not total, but some reasonable expectation of what's going on around them.
And that's what I wanted the consumer to hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if I'm sitting at home, I'm thinking like Nina. But if I'm sitting in a developer's office or in Mr. Ravel's or one of these persons' office trying to build a house, I need to know how this take part. How am I spending my money? Because my money is my money. And so I hope y'all hear that, consumers.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyd, is your question for Mr. Kagan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I
Mr.
just want to
Kagan.
make sure I'm clear and everyone's clear, including consumers. I'm going to jump on what she just was speaking on. So if someone owns 2 acres and they are not approaching a DR Horton or production builder, but a custom builder, does that consumer have to abide by the existing architectural site standards like the production builder in their home?
Can you help me answer that question?
Yes, sir. As written, the ordinance applies to all residential single-family, regardless of whether it is a home builder, a tract builder, or if it's a custom home. Now, there is a provision currently that allows for a special exception process for custom homes.
Thank you for that information. When we were having this discussion, my memory was that custom homes would be exempt from any form of standards. That's what I remember because I had brought that up.
You did, and what we did was we went back and amended the ordinance to establish a special exception process by which if an applicant is building a custom home, they can request a special exception. And the ordinance that we brought back following the initial adoption of the ordinance was to create the special exception process where those unique custom homes would go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment for a special exception, and those could be approved by the ZBOA on a case-by-case basis. The ZBOA reviewed one just last week.
Does the ZBOA have staff recommendations in their presentations to
Yes,
make a
sir.
decision based on? That's the
Currently.
concern I have. When you're at the level where you can afford a custom home, I think you should be able to design that home without standards, as long as you're not violating any restrictive covenants and things like that, and you're within proper zoning. I think that's something that we do need to strip out of that ordinance. That makes me uncomfortable.
I hear you, but I can't imagine where a custom home builder would be limited or directed by these standards. They would probably greatly exceed them. These are, a lot of what's in the ordinance we're talking about is the repetition standard. So by the very definition, none of that's going to apply because custom homes are generally unique. But I'm not sure where to go with that.
Custom homes are generally unique. More often than not, I think that they would meet these criteria as written. Keep in mind, though, that not all custom homes are a high price point. Not all of them are big or high price point. You could have a custom home next to you that is a Connex box.
Right. And, that's a good argument. But I'm thinking about the city and where you've got a lot of these developments and where there's a room to build a lot of custom homes. I mean, unless you're going out somewhere in West Killeen or South Killeen, I mean, that's really the only place you can build a custom home. Maybe there's other places too. But at the end of the day, I do not believe we should put, government controls on the design of a custom home. I do not think that's appropriate. I brought that up initially. I know we found some form of compromise, but that Board of Adjustment is going to get recommendations from the city staff as well. City staff can say we don't recommend it. BOA, the staff doesn't recommend it. There it is. But these folks can afford a custom home, know what they want, what type of windows, what type of garage. I don't think that's appropriate. But we're not even in the discussion yet. That's just something I brought up based off of your very good question, Councilwoman Cobb. And so, that's something I may bring up later on. Thank you.
Mr. Cagle? Okay, any more questions for Mr. Cagle before we go into the presentation?
One more.
Councilmember Sagara?
And this won't take long. I just want this one question before we start this presentation, because it was asked here earlier. But if you can start off with what is the problem that we're trying to solve? That's it. Because we're making all these changes and we're still trying, there's beautiful homes built out there, all the standard. And I'm talking about the house itself. I understand sometimes there may be drainage problems and all that. But what is the problem that we're trying to fix here?
Mr. Cagle?
I think we can show you in pictures, if that would work.
Definitely, I want to see pictures.
Okay.
Councilmember Alvarez, is a question for Mr. Cagle?
I'll hold until after the presentation.
Okay, and one of the other questions that I have that really troubles me, I try to stay out of it and really not to take a side, but I do have an opinion. And I heard it twice tonight, and I've spoken to council members. We took up a lot of time with the developers and builders, and we asked them for their input on a lot of things. And one of the questions were why their input was not taken under consideration. And as you go through your slides, and I don't know if you can go back and remember that part. This is what they recommended. This is why we didn't go with that. I think that's fair, because I try not to take sides either or, just try to be in the middle. But that was something that was proposed, not only here, when we was in the utility building, that came up several times. And I've spoken to council members, and they really got concerns about that too. So could we keep that in mind, if you can remember it? If not, I know Mr. Cagle will give me a answer at the end for sure. I know you will, Mr. Cagle. Okay. Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm gonna go through the slides in the presentation, but I do want to take the opportunity to address two of those questions quickly. With regard to the why, I know that that's something that has come up a lot. Is what is the reason for this ordinance? And I think the reason for the ordinance relates directly back to the comprehensive plan, which speaks to creating neighborhoods, not subdivisions. And the need to establish neighborhoods where people want to live, that are inviting and pedestrian friendly, and that create an environment where people want to call home. With regard to your question about the stakeholder meetings, again, as Mr. Cagle said, this is a discussion item. There's no vote on the agenda for next week. This is just everything that is in red in the ordinance that was included in your packet is up for discussion, and we are in some ways at an impasse with the home building community regarding what changes should and should not be made to the existing ordinance. So we've done our best to outline some recommended changes, and from there we're seeking your direction regarding which one should and shouldn't be included in an ordinance. And from there, we will revise the ordinance accordingly. It will then have to go to P&Z for a recommendation, and it will come back to you for a vote. So. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The specific changes are, different changes exist for different reasons, but the purpose of the ordinance as a whole, the Architectural and Site Design Standards Ordinance, does relate to the comprehensive plan, which calls for creating neighborhoods and not subdivisions. And so that's the overarching why. And then with regard to the particular standards in here, I will say that the majority of the discussion with the home builders leading up to this discussion item was regarding the repetition standard. And aside from that, most of the changes that we're proposing are related to the non-residential standards, the commercial standards, and that's in response to challenges that we've come up against with trying to get people through the approval process as efficiently as possible. So with that, I will go through the presentation. As you know, on April 26, 2022, the council adopted architectural and site design standards via Ordinance 22027, which affected residential and non-residential structures. Since that time, we have identified several key issues or areas of the ordinance that we are recommending to be changed. And when we adopted the ordinance a little over a year ago, we discussed that there would likely be a need to come back and tweak this ordinance and make some changes to it. So the recommended changes are intended largely to make it easier for applicants to comply with the standards by providing more clarity, more options, and more guidance. So with that, staff is proposing a number of different changes to the ordinance. The first is speaking to Councilmember Boyd's point about the process for exceptions. As I said, when we adopted this ordinance, there was language in there that allowed the executive director to make determinations about whether to allow custom homes. And we established a zoning board of adjustment process with a special exception, and that we found has added to the applicant's timeline in some regard. And so the intent would be to put that back in staff's hands and allow staff the ability to make interpretations and to allow for deviations for custom homes or non-residential buildings in order to keep them moving through the process.
Mr. Cagle?
And was that recommended by the developers and builders?
It was recommended by both the developers and builders and by members of the zoning board of adjustment. I think largely that is one area that we are all in agreement about, is that allowing staff to make decisions will make for a more expedient, more efficient process. Other recommendations include allowing the executive director to render interpretations of the standard. With any ordinance, there are questions that come up periodically about how to apply them to a given situation that is specific. And so adding that language in there will, again, make this ordinance more user-friendly, more easier for the applicants to abide by. We're also recommending that we provide an exemption for properties that are zoned M1 or M2, as well as an exemption for accessory buildings. Currently, the non-residential architectural standards apply to all buildings, commercial and industrial. And the intent there is to provide an exemption for properties that are zoned M1 or M2, and again, make it an easier ordinance to comport with. As far as accessory buildings, there's currently no exemption for things like a shed in your backyard. So adding that exemption in is one of the changes that we're recommending. Again, this is all just for discussion. Staff is, for the residential component, staff is proposing changes to the architectural and site design standards for single and two-family, including modifying the repetition standard to make it easier to meet. Later in the presentation, there are two different alternatives for that proposed change. As I said, that was one of the primary points of discussion, was the repetition standard. We are proposing to combine the list of architectural standards into one category instead of two. So currently there are two different subcategories, and you have to choose a certain number from each of the two menus, and what we're proposing is to combine those all into one, and to add more options to that list, including enhanced front doors and ribbon driveways. So again, that section includes options. Not all of the things in that list are mandatory. They are just options from which the home builder can choose. So, for example, with the ribbon driveways, the intent there is that if you're building a home that doesn't have a garage, a lot of the options are geared toward homes that do have a garage. And so if you don't have a garage, there needs to be options from which you can choose. It's, again, not mandatory. One of the recommendations or proposed changes is to increase the minimum size of a covered porch from 60 to 80 square feet. As Mr. Cagle said, the idea there was just, if you're gonna have a porch as an option, that it should be a usable space, that it's big enough to use as a porch, and that it's not just a stoop.
Mr. Cagle?
But you could still build a 40 square foot porch. It just wouldn't count as one of your
Yes,
options,
sir.
right? Yes.
Yes.
And
just an option.
just choose from the other options.
With regard to the non-residential standards, we're proposing a couple of changes. The first is to combine the list of non-residential architectural standards options into one category instead of two. That particular section has been the primary section that's resulted in non-residential buildings having to go before the Zoning Board of Adjustment because they're not able to comply with subsection B. If they were all combined into one section, I think most of the cases that we took to ZBOA would be able to meet the standards. So again, trying to make this ordinance easier for applicants to meet and easier to get through the process. We're proposing to add, again, more options to the list. So we've added arched entries or windows, added options regarding building location and pedestrian space. Also recommending reducing the required parapet height from 36 inches to 24 inches. That will help to make the non-residential more affordable to build and again, an easier standard to meet. Proposing to reduce the minimum horizontal articulation depth from 18 inches to 12 inches, again, with the intent to make it easier to meet. Proposing to reduce the minimum transparency requirement from 75 to 50 on the first floor and from 25 to 20 on all other street-facing elevations. Again, this is something that we've run into pretty frequently with the Zoning Board of Adjustment and non-residential buildings having to seek a special exception to the transparency requirement because they aren't able to get to that 75% threshold. A lot of times that has to do with the internal configuration of the building, whether there are bathrooms or storage or emergency staircases or just meeting the energy code. They're having difficulty achieving that 75%. So proposing to reduce that. We're proposing to allow mosaics and other sculptural artwork or false windows to count towards the transparency requirement when the internal arrangement of a building makes it impractical to provide that transparency. Again, if you have a storage area within your non-residential building and it doesn't make sense to have windows, there are other ways that you can meet that requirement. Proposing to encourage buildings to be located closer to the sidewalk and encourage more urban character, and also allowing for pedestrian-oriented spaces and amenities to count towards to be included as an option on that menu. With regard to the repetition standard, as I said earlier, during the stakeholder input process, the primary topic of conversation was about the repetition standard. So we're seeking direction from the council regarding if and how to change that repetition standard to make it easier to meet while still maintaining a meaningful standard. And I think that's important because I think in some cases we've had instances where houses are virtually similar but not absolutely identical. And so there is some amount of interpretation and some finesse that goes into determining whether a house is substantially similar, absolutely identical, somewhere in the middle. So we're again seeking direction about what changes, if any, should be made to the repetition standard. This is an example of a street here in Killeen, where at first glance, this house looks like they're identical. And largely they are, with the exception that you can see here, the house on the left has a clipped corner, while the house on the right doesn't. Other than that, they're identical. And so one of the questions that has come up is, well, what is a substantially different elevation? And what does massing mean? And so we went back and forth, and we had a lot of conversations both internally and with the stakeholders about, do we remove the word massing from the ordinance? Do we leave it in there? If we remove it, what are the effects of that? If we leave it in there, does that allow for subjectivity? And so we actually drafted several iterations of the ordinance that you have in front of you tonight, and one actually removed the word massing altogether. The concern that we had with doing that was that if you don't include language about the shape of the box, what you end up with are houses that are virtually identical but have one slight deviation and therefore would be considered different elevations. So even under our repetition standard, you could theoretically count these two as different elevations. And at that point, what you have is essentially an ordinance that doesn't have the intended result. So we ultimately are recommending to leave the language regarding massing in there, with the idea being that we don't feel that this meets the intent of the repetition standard. So again, this is all for discussion purposes tonight. But this is just one example of two houses that are almost identical, but would, save for the language about substantially different in the ordinance, could qualify as being two different elevations. This is another street here in Killeen. As Mr. Cagle said, I don't think that these houses are all that old. But these are homes, these are three elevations that are almost identical. There are slight deviations among the three, but by and large, they're the same house. So in staff's opinion, these are not substantially different and would not meet the intent of the repetition standard as it's currently written. You can see here, there's an eave on the middle house that's not present on the one on the left and the right. The columns there are two on the right-hand side and one on the left for the houses on the left and right of your screen, and two on the left and one on the right for the house in the middle. And the question then becomes, are these substantially different? So these are the kinds of things that we're problems that we're running into on a day-to-day basis in terms of implementing this ordinance, and one of the reasons why this discussion item is before you tonight. This is another example here in Killeen. These are homes that are the same elevation but mirrored. So they're exactly the same except they're flipped. So again, the question then becomes, are these substantially different or aren't they? These elevations here, this is an example of a duplex, two duplexes that are identical. In fact, most of the duplexes on this street are identical in terms of their massing. And this is the result of that repetition all the way down the block, to give you sort of an example of what the worst case scenario might look like.
Mr. Cagle?
I think this picture is more descriptive than any. It's not 50 years old, but to answer Councilmember Segarra's question, Ms. Messer did answer. It's that are we going to build neighborhoods or subdivisions? And as we grew south of the interstate, we started just building subdivisions. The neighborhoods to the north have a lot more character to them, that they don't really look like this. And I think this picture sort of encapsulates the whole answer of why do we have this. Thank you.
And Council, as we go on the slides, because I really want us to have a great understanding and have back and forward communication, please just buzz in and just talk. Mayor Pro Tem.
Here I go again. If you want to live there and you paying your money, it's on you. That's the way I feel about it. I think that we do have a right to make our city look wonderful and have the different beautiful communities with different houses and elevations, trees, or whatever. But my bottom line is, if that's where you want your money to take you, and if you want to be twinning with your neighbor, twin on.
Mayor Pro Tem, I challenge that, and
Okay.
this is why I challenge that.
Okay.
And you're right, they do have that
Yeah.
option. However, if this is the only standard that we're building, then these are the options. And the money that we did invest into that comprehensive plan that we all signed off on that we want to change. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. If it's your money and you want to live there, live there. But if these are the only standards, that's what, they don't have a choice in this. We're in the housing shortage.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion, Mr. Cagle.
I think it also, that argument makes the assumption that they had other choices and that's what they chose. You can build a neighborhood of duplexes that don't all look alike, that the road's not totally straight and built as a speedway. There's a lot of things you can do that don't even cost any more money to make it a different neighborhood. But most likely, these folks didn't have many choices of other neighborhoods that look substantially different. They all look alike.
And I agree, you should have a choice.
And I
Now,
do know
you
this
should
neighborhood.
have the choice. But if you can't afford the choice, and if this is the choice, and once you go to your developer and you have your blueprints, there should be, okay, this is A, this is B. Which one do you want? Do you want to take a little bit out of B and put in a little A into B, and make your space? But if I buy a block of land and I have $1 million, $1 million of house A, I can get 100 houses. But with B and A, I can't get as many houses. As a developer, I want my money. As a consumer, I want what my money can get me. As a neighborhood, it gets to look the way that it looks. I'm not concerned. And that's what most people are going to do when they go start looking at houses. I get it. I would love to see just a rich community with different type houses, elevations, different designs. But I also have to be practical that sometimes we just can't afford it.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you finished?
Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember,
I respect you all. Thank you.
Councilmember Cigar.
Thank you, Mayor. And first off, I just want to say I agree with you that that's what we want. The purpose is creating great neighborhoods. And my point is, when we look at this right here, this is a perfect picture. It doesn't matter what kind of pitch, it doesn't matter, what this neighborhood lacks is, the things that has nothing to do with the building itself, and when we're talking about the comp plan, from my recollection, we're talking about parks, we're talking about more green space. You can change the elevations and everything, you're still gonna have a neighborhood looks like this, because you gotta have all these cars that park there. And so, I think that, there's some, truth to what you're saying. We're creating neighborhoods, but that's the whole point is, why are we so focused on the building? The reason that makes it so difficult here, and I speak from personal experience, 30 years doing this, and I work with the consumer. I don't work with builders. I don't work, as I mentioned before, my objective here has nothing to do with builders. It's the consumer. And it's funny, and I want to go ahead and mention it, because I read the article of the Killeen Daily Herald this past weekend, and in the business section, Killeen, the #1 place for first-time homebuyers. And the reason is because most of your homebuyers here are young. They're young homebuyers. And so and the reason that they build these is because one person buys one and he sees another duplex and he's like, this is a nicer duplex, but it costs more because it has more. Well, I don't want that. How come I'm paying more than my neighbor? So that makes it a little bit of a challenge. But I think that we got to keep that in mind. Ultimately, what is it that we want? We want to create some kind of balance because we do want good quality construction. I think we're getting that. That's why I start out with that question. But ultimately, we have to go with the consumer. Right now, we're seeing inventory come in the market, and a lot of these homes that you go out there and we talk about spec builders. A lot of these spec builders, they build these mass houses because they're catering to that young buyer, and it's affordable to buy things in masses. But ultimately, we got to create that balance between our affordability of the consumer, what they can buy, and the quality. I don't think we're sacrificing quality because they have their standards, they're not, but we don't want to add too much on that is going to prevent them, because right now these home builders are offering, I got a list, I get them every day, $20,000 price reduction, 5.5% interest rates are, so they're buying all these crazy incentives, and they're sacrificing so much to get rid of their inventory that they have, because we're still short, but they got to do something, whatever it takes, to attract that consumer that has not has kind of left, and it's left because prices get too high, they stop buying, and so we got to keep that in mind. And so the question is, do we want to maintain that affordability for that young driver? I think there's a market for people like us that have been here that want a retirement home, but it's not as big as the rest, and so I think that we got to keep that question. Are we still trying to sacrifice our affordability for an extra point? If that young buyer had a choice between an 80-foot porch or taking that 80 square feet and put it in as square footage in his house, you would see him do that. That's why one of the things I don't like seeing is these garage conversions, and that just tells me, you bought a house you couldn't afford, but you needed the space. And, we see sometimes they convert the garage. So I agree with you, like I say, neighborhoods, but this, what we're discussing has nothing to do with neighborhoods. We're talking about porches and all that, because this will look the same no matter what. We want more parks, we want more trees, we want, better roads, and I think that's a different discussion. So, thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to kind of follow up what's already been said, I don't think that there's a clear way to achieve what we've set out to achieve in the comprehensive plan. I believe that staff is trying, their best to get us there. How we get there, that's yet to be determined. I think it's all about balance. We talk about affordability, we talk about neighborhoods versus subdivisions, we talk about having nicer things, and obviously nicer things come with a price. Anything that gets put on manufacturing process, whether you're manufacturing a house, a pair of shoes, a pair of jeans, or a refrigerator, that all gets passed down to the consumer. So when we talk about affordability, we need to keep that in mind. Yes, we want nice things, but we also need to continue to grow the city, so we don't have to cut services or raise taxes obscene amounts. So it's definitely a balance, and I think we've achieved some of these things by the development standards that we've implemented, by narrowing the local street sections, implementing street trees, lessening the block length, and maybe putting some meandering roads versus straight roads. I think those are some of the things that Councilmember Segarra hinted to, and Mr. Cagle touched on earlier, that I think impact the consumer's eyes when they're driving into a subdivision. If you got a bunch of nice trees, I think it takes away from maybe a little bit of the lackluster that may or may not be present in the home. And we go back to the discussion of spec homes versus custom homes. I know Councilmember Boyd brought that up, of providing some sort of exception for custom homes, and then and while I don't disagree with that, I think we would need to really hone in on what the definition of a custom home is, because to me or somebody else, I might take an existing spec home plan and I change 2 or 3 things and now it's a custom to me, or are you saying it's a custom home because of the price? Now that might not be fair either, because you can have a really nice custom home for under $200,000. It may be 600 square feet, but it's a custom home. So I think that's one of those conversations that will definitely need to really be fleshed out if we're looking to provide some sort of exception like that, because everybody's definition of custom is different, I'm sure. And maybe an option that I thought of is we look at these design standards by zoning districts. Maybe there's zoning districts that you can have that have lesser standards, and then you have zoning districts that have higher standards, and that kind of gives us a diversity in our housing options, like Councilwoman Cobb was talking about, where there are options on the market. Obviously, the stuff with the higher standards is going to come at a higher price, but at least you'll have those options. And lastly, I'll say that I definitely believe that there should be some mention of the North Killeen Revitalization Program when we talk about these standards. If we're trying to incentivize and motivate private development in North Killeen in these aging areas, if it's not apples to apples, if somebody's coming in trying to do an infill development project versus a developer doing a 400 home subdivision, I don't think that those should be measured equally, because I think they're different products in a different market. But those are just my thoughts up to this point. Thank you.
So what I'm understanding, the council, I'm assuming, don't have a problem with repetition. The homes can continue to be, it could be repetition. Because we did a lot of talking, I still hadn't had a solution. So is that what you're saying, Councilmember Alvarez, somebody?
If you're asking me personally, I would say it depends on the area, and that's when I go back to my mention about zoning districts, because maybe in some instances it's not a big issue, and then maybe in some instances and neighborhoods it is.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, and that's why I said obviously we need more discussion on this.
Yeah, we do. Councilmember Boyd, he got a solution.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the microphone, okay. This is very, and I think we can all admit, a very dynamic ordinance. I never expected for this ordinance to be this dynamic, where adjustments would need to be made, interpretations have to be established, efficiencies followed through or improved. But it is an ordinance, that's what it is, and I understand that part of the process. The theme I'm hearing here is interpretation, and I think that was one of the reasons for introducing some of these amendments. But I don't think staff, neither the council nor our development community alone can properly or effectively interpret this ordinance where it works for everyone. I think what's appropriate is that the staff, the council, and our stakeholder community work together to finally interpret all portions of this ordinance to where it's final. I do not believe it's appropriate to put the final authority for any of this in the hands of an executive director. I think it should be more than one person. That leaves the table open for bias. And we're already in a climate where that's how that's interpreted, unfortunately. There is a lot that has to be adjusted within this. There's no way we're going to resolve it tonight. The recommendations we got today were not palatable to the home builder community, and they matter because they build our homes. They consistently show up to these meetings, and they are those folks that do that work for our city. And so I could not discount that. So what I'd like to do is actually make a motion direction so that we can possibly get somewhere on this. So that motion is to direct staff to find a common resolution with stakeholders regarding amendments and to establish a final interpretation of all portions of the Architectural Site and Design Standards Ordinance.
Okay. Councilmember Adams?
I'll second that motion.
So trying to interpret that you're saying to take this back to the drawing board, work with the builders and developers, and bring it back to us and find common grounds on the amendments.
Yes, ma'am. I need to add something. It's not
Okay.
in addition to the
Okay, well, then
ordinance.
you take that back right now, the motion of
All right.
direction.
I withdraw my
Rescind.
second.
Okay.
This is just to add on to the original, not to add on to the original motion, but it's a comment. The idea is for us to actually incorporate a lot of what we've heard from those who are building in our city into this ordinance, so that when the city council gets it, it doesn't look similar to what we've been getting. I would not make this argument if I wasn't hearing this from the community, my fellow council members. I am not the only council member. I think
know.
everyone up here
I know.
has heard iterations from different builders, different developers across the city and even outside of the state regarding this. So it's important to me that we find a resolution that's final to it. The interpretation was a big portion of it, and folks want a final interpretation. I think that's accomplished with everybody at the table.
Okay, for the secretary, city secretary's sake, would you make that motion or direction in one shot?
Yes, I make a motion of direction to direct staff to find a common resolution with stakeholders regarding amendments and to establish a final interpretation of all portions of the Architectural Site and Design Standards Ordinance.
No, second.
Okay, all right, thank you both. A motion or direction. Councilmember Sagar,
I want to throw something out there, and I want to amend that motion.
why you didn't write that on the paper, just pass it? No, I was just joking. Go ahead on amend the motion or direction.
And the reason is, I mean, we're looking at a picture of duplexes. We got two different zonings, R1, R2. And I sat through the meetings, and I think most agree, I agreed with them. And I even think if I was there, Mr. Ravel was there when I was there, and we talked about it, and I said, I don't understand why we put duplexes and single families together, and I would like, that to be separate, because I think, we have different standards. You're not gonna be able to build, and the mayor asked about repetition. I'm okay with, not having a house repeated. I think most builders are. Every other house should not be the same. I'm okay with that. But for duplexes, I'm okay with that too, but I understand when you build a duplex, it's a lot more difficult to change the elevation without increasing the price significantly. And so I would like to amend that motion to say that we separate this architect standard from residential, from R1 to R2.
So R1 and R2 will not be built in the same neighborhoods.
That's only if I get a second, but.
Oh, you getting a second. Councilmember Alvarez.
I'll second that and also have some discussion.
Okay, so going back to you, Councilman Sagara. You're saying that no R1s and R2 in the same neighborhood. Is that what my understanding?
No, separating the ordinance.
Okay.
Not the, so
Separate
it'll be
the
two different, one's for R1s, one's for R2s.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification, Councilwoman Sagara. Councilmember Alvarez, the floor is yours, sir.
I just wanted to mention, I guess for staff, as you're going back into these discussions with the stakeholder groups, and I guess for us here as a council, there's never going to be a point where I think the stakeholders and staff are going to completely agree. So I think we need to be cognizant of that. That's something that comes back to us, and maybe what I would like to see, or if it's an option, to assuming that not everyone can agree and live in harmony, then maybe bring back two options, and maybe bring back their option and your option. That way we can see, okay, well, this is what they want, this is where staff is at, and then maybe, hopefully, in the perfect world, there's a way to meet in the middle, and everybody gives a little, and we can move on to bigger and better things.
May I address that really quickly?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
what I think is important to point out here is that we drafted this ordinance in 2020, and for 3 years, the better part of 3 years, we've had stakeholder meeting after stakeholder meeting after stakeholder meeting, and the reality is that we have not been able to come to a consensus. And so part of the purpose in requesting direction from council tonight was to let us know where to take this ordinance from here, because we are at an impasse. And, when we initially started discussing changes to the ordinance, it was focused on repetition. But the reality is that I believe, from my perspective, and having sat through these meetings for 3 years, is that there's a philosophical opposition to this ordinance as a whole. From my perspective, most of the home builders are just philosophically opposed to the existence of this ordinance at all. So my fear is that the only resolution would be for the ordinance to not exist. And I don't know if that's the resolution or the outcome that is in that motion of direction, but I'd certainly like some clarification.
And I can see what you're saying, if I may, Mayor. I can see what you're saying, and that's why I kind of wanted to make that statement, because I don't believe that I can only speak for myself. I would not support not having an ordinance. I don't think that that's going to do our community any justice if we're really trying to meet the benchmarks that are set out in the comprehensive plan that we work so hard to achieve. So what I'm hoping, again, maybe I'm an optimist, but is that maybe there is some middle ground. Maybe one more meeting will do what 80 other meetings couldn't do, and something magical will happen, and or not, and then we can just get 2 ordinances. You can bring us back what you think we need, and they can bring us what they think they need, and we can sit here and look at it, take a vote, and move on.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to Councilmember Gonzalez, because she and Solomon first, before I get to you two, because they haven't spoken. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. I think this conversation is important. This discussion is important. I've said it many times that sometimes once we create an ordinance and with all good intention, and then at the end of the day, the people on the ground doing the work, sometimes there is a conflict. And I just think you said earlier we've reached an impasse, and ideally we don't want to have another meeting just to have another meeting. That would really defeat the purpose. But I think tonight, from what I've heard, they were very clear about what they were looking for. Saratoga asked for flexibility in the standards. You guys initiated that. So if you're going to set up a meeting, I would just ensure that we have make sure there's flexibility. Carruthers, Welsh, there was somebody else, maybe I forgot who else mentioned the repetition standards, right? That is still a concern, and getting clarity on what that actually looks like and what makes sense in a subdivision from one builder to multiple builders in a subdivision. Purser says no 80-foot porch. And then the young lady that spoke said, listen to them. So I think they were very clear tonight. So if we are going to have another meeting, if that's the direction and the will of the council, then please I would recommend that we give the staff some very specific targets so that they're not just meeting to meet, that there are some strategic things that we heard here that they said would work for them. And again, that's flexibility, working on the repetition standards, no 80-foot porch, listen to them, and delineation of the R1, R2.
Councilmember Solomon.
She actually said what I was, Councilwoman Gonzalez said what I was going to say.
Yes,
I concur with her in terms of that, because I think staff does need a sense of direction. They're asking for it because, we're talking, from what I'm understanding, it's been 3 years of back and forth. And so I think that we, as a council, need to take the rein and give them that direction that they need. We do need an ordinance. We do need an ordinance, and we're not compromising in terms of giving them everything they want. I think we got to have a line that we draw. Has to be a line. And so I do concur that we do need to give them direction rather than just say, go see them. It's going to be the same thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Solomon. And tonight, that is the purpose of them speaking to us. They were going to do all the amendments and then ask for us to give them directions on if this is something we want or not. And then after hearing the developers and builders tonight, which brought up some concerns that they're not being heard. So going back and allowing them to, as Councilmember Boyd stated, to sit down and have those conversations once again. And as Councilmember Alvarez said, it might be a miracle that they'll come one accord, at least with something. And Councilmember Gonzalez also pointed out some of their concerns tonight. So I think they do have direction from the council with their expectation. We just got to get to the vote, to the motion of direction. And we're getting ready to go around for, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gonzalez, you have spoken. Councilmember Solomon spoke. You moved your name to last. Councilmember Boyd, you're next, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, I don't know if it's a philosophical issue. One of the comments during citizen comments was discussion on needs to be had about how much this will cost the building community. We gave staff direction a couple of times already regarding these standards. They go into practice and there's still an issue for the building community who states that a lot of their recommendations have not been implemented that will resolve that. That's one of the reasons for going back and trying that approach. We're getting staff's recommendation with, from what I see, a little bit of what they're suggesting baked in. We're hearing this is not working from the entire community. So it's important to have that discussion again. Maybe it will make a difference. I love Councilmember Alvarez's suggestion of perhaps staff make a proposal and then present to the council the proposal from the builders so that we can make a thorough decision. It's going to be different because you'll have staff recommendation and then another entity, but I think that's good considering how dynamic this ordinance is, understanding the pushback that we're getting and understanding how important this is, and understand the fact that this needs to be resolved. Yes, it's been 3 years. It's a dynamic ordinance. I pushed for this ordinance when it first came out and, bought all into it. Then it went into practice and I'm saying, okay, some of this is not working. Sure, the city can be local government and we're gonna force feed you this. You take it, you pay, or you go. But we don't have to be that local government. Affordability is important in this community. When I first got on council, I was campaigning, I would hear affordability, and my thought was, but what about quality? How do we find a balance? And if we can find a balance between their recommendations and staff recommendations, I think that's the direction the staff should finally get. And the last thing I'll say, just to go back to, the theme is interpretation of this ordinance. Because we've all heard from different builders, this part is not properly interpreted, this is vague, and I sat in meetings, by the way, let me back that up, where I've read part of ordinance and it was vague to me. Those things need to be clearly defined, not just by city staff, but along with the development community, and then finally come to us to vet and say, this is where we want to go as a local government regarding architectural standards. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Cagle.
Well, I'm going to take up for staff for a moment because we had direction about a repetition ordinance. It's been on the books for about a year, and we bring, after meeting with the builders, we bring an ordinance back to you that meets them pretty close to halfway. So now you're telling us that's not good enough. That's fine. We just need the direction. If affordability is the most important thing, then just tell us, because where we're going and where we've been 3 years is they don't want any type of ordinance. I heard it tonight. And we brought back more options. We didn't even get to finish the presentation about the reduction in repetition. We brought a lot of recommendations to go their way. And so I hear a lot of different direction tonight. Affordability is the most important, but we still want this ordinance. Well, those two we've heard they don't go together. So I guess I don't know what good it does to go back and meet again and to be told we don't want this ordinance, because we tried to go halfway. And is it just a matter of a couple of percent one way or the other? I don't think so. I think it's much greater than that. You direct us, we're happy to go back and have the meetings again. And if we get that direction, it means water it down more. But what I'm telling you is at that point, I don't believe you really have a repetition ordinance. And why put everybody involved through all of this?
Sure, and Mr. Cagle, I wasn't trying to beat up on staff, and staff, I hope you don't interpret it that way. We are, I'll speak for myself as a council member. Here's a picture. There you go. This is one of those situations where we're trying to find that balance, and the situation is just not fading away. It's not. We're hearing these consistent issues, so we're trying to find that resolution.
All right, Mr. Cagle, I know. We have gone through this, and I'm hoping there's something new that we can tell them. We have a motion of direction on the floor. All we have to do is vote and let them go work it out. We already asked for 2 options. So do y'all want to continue this discussion over something we already heard, or to hear the next person say, I agree with somebody else? Is anything new that we haven't heard? Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. And staff, I just want to say you guys do a great job, and I concur. But I had a question, because you mentioned, we've been working on this for years, but the problem is that there's changes. So my question is, let's just take for the porch, for example, 80 square feet. When was that put in there? Because I remember I was at an architectural committee last month. That didn't even come up with the buildings.
I can answer that. We just did it because we added a bunch of other options. You can still build you can build a 10-foot porch if you want to. It's not prohibited. It was one of an option, and since we added many more options, we thought, well, if the porch is going to be one of the options, it ought to be a real porch. That's where it came from. So it's not mandating that you have to do that.
And that's where I'm getting at. We've been having these, but we make changes, and I think the biggest, and I can tell you the biggest problem that we have, it's not this. I think we're almost there, so I kind of go against what you say. I mean, the few things that they brought up, I think, can be worked out. It's not redoing the ordinance. But I just want to say, from my perspective and what I see a lot, the biggest problem is us communicating with them. It's communicate, because they have this interpretation, and then they come out here, they call us, and then when we hear staff, it's a totally different interpretation. And I'm like, why didn't you guys know about it? And they're like, well, nobody explained that to us. And I think that we got to do a better job as explaining, like what you just did right now, so that they, they're interpreting things, because they keep saying, staff is not listening, staff, I don't know if that's true or not, but there's some kind of miscommunication going on, because why would they, say, oh, we have to have this 80-foot porch mandatory, and we're saying it's not. So there's some kind of communication breakdown here when we implement this. And I think that's the biggest problem, is just communication with them.
Can I add something to that, please?
Please.
I just want to make sure that it's clear for the council that, as I said, the primary discussion leading up to this item being on the agenda tonight was regarding repetition. What we heard tonight from the home builders and the developers was about the ordinance as a whole. The presentation tonight was specifically designed to address non-residential architecture and the repetition standard. So I do have about 10 more slides, if you're interested to see them or not, that really delve into our recommendation regarding that one specific issue, which was the repetition standard, which was the issue that was brought before us that we were trying to solve with these proposed amendments. So it's not that we haven't listened to the home builders. We, in fact, have very much attempted to listen to them when it comes to a specific issue and how to address that very specific issue. In this case, it was repetition. And so we've brought some alternatives that I think will address that specific issue. But when the conversation devolves into we're philosophically opposed to the existence of the ordinance, there's not a whole lot that we can provide in terms of a recommendation.
And that's okay with me. I give my time back at the end, or I can finish up right here.
Sorry. You can take it all the time.
I'm going to finish up real quick.
Drag
But,
it out.
I'm going to leave it with this, because I think, I just want to reemphasize that the communication, I think it's critical, because I'm going to go back to a couple of weeks ago, when we had that presentation, and they believed that the permit was per acre. and then we get out and find out it's not. Again, how did they get that interpretation? Because miscommunication, somebody didn't do that. So I think that.
We made a mistake.
No, I understand, and it is a mistake that could have been figured out before, had we had that communication with them. And that's what I mean, it's like, if they raised that alert and nobody said anything, because they were calling us, what is this? I'm sure they called staff, and it's like, why didn't we get together and communicate and tell them, this is what we're doing, before it comes up, because they would have hollered before, coming before council. So again, I just want to reemphasize, I think that the issue is an easy one. It's just that somehow, somewhere, either we're in a room together, but somehow we're not communicating. And that's it. Thank you.
Anything for the good of the order?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez, this is our last round, because y'all
Thank
done went
you.
around 4 times.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So I just want to push back just a little bit, Ms. Mesher, on, I do not want you guys to meet for meeting's sake. I don't believe in that. I think that, and I'm excited to hear what you have on the repetition, because that is the main issue. The Saratoga asked for flexibility. You guys are presenting that in your presentation once you get there. Carruthers, Welsh, and other developers asked for repetition to work on that. Mr. Cagle has cleared up the no porch situation. They want to be listened to. It's very specific. So I think that we actually just have a few minor things that we can go back and get clarity on to make sure that they're all on the same page. Councilmember Boyd mentioned something about the order of a thing. I just think that when they're doing the process, when it comes down to determination, I think that when you're in a department, there's usually a process, and Mr. Revelle might have to clear this up for me, but when you're in a department, you receive information. There is, let's say that one of these plans are submitted, somebody goes through, if it's all good, checks all the boxes, it goes through, it's greenlit, it's done. If there's a challenge to it or a question, I would think that it would go to the next person in that department who's a little bit higher up to make a determination based on the ordinance, based on a fact. At the end of the day, the department head has the final say on whether or not that goes. Now, that would help the builders with expedition. My question, my concern there would be is if we didn't keep it within the department, that would be a problem for them. I don't know that, but could you add some clarity, or if I was wrong with regards to the process?
No, you're not wrong at all. So if a plan set comes into us and we're reviewing it and there's some issues or concerns, because maybe they're very similar to each other and they're proposing for them to be right next door to each other, obviously that's an issue with not meeting the repetition standard. And so we would make them aware of that, try to work on that, and hopefully they would make some changes to the plan. If we couldn't come to an agreement on that at the staff level, then it would move up to the supervisor. If they weren't able to come to an agreement, then it would move up to the executive director. But it would be only in those cases where efforts have been made to try to meet the ordinance.
Sure, and if there's a worst case scenario and that didn't work, they have a remedy. Is there there's a board, there's something that they can do on
Yes,
an
ma'am.
appeal? How does that work for them?
Yes, they currently, as Ms. Mesher says, they can seek relief through the zoning board of adjustment, and go through that process.
Okay, so for me, that would be the only thing I would push back on when we get to the end results, because for continuity, to make sure that they move through the process and there's not stop loss, so that we keep that there. But again, Ms. Mesher, I would just say the flexibility, repetition, no porch, let's listen to them. If you have to go back and have your meeting, let's keep it focused.
And could I say this? I think one of the suggestions that were made related to allowing the developers to come up with their own ordinance. I'm actually open. I'm open to that. If that will give them the voice that they believe they need, if they want to present their own proposal for what they think the ordinance should be, and we provide the city's proposal for what we think the ordinance should be, and as I think has been said, that's presented to this body, and the body makes the decision. I don't know if that's been done before. Maybe we should consider that.
Mr. Rivera, am I to understand you to say that you want the developers and builders to get together and write their own ordinance?
You heard me repeat what I heard mentioned on the dais, that could be an approach that's taken to try to resolve this, is allow the developers to come up with their version and have the city version, and then both of those things are presented to this body. I'm repeating what I heard.
Oh, no, that's the part, the rest of it you didn't say. So you clarify what you heard up here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you finished, Councilwoman Gonzalez. Mayor Pro Tem.
It's finally my turn. You know, my brother is a middle child. He sits in the middle. And he would always tell my mom, the oldest person, which I'm looking at the developers here, they always want their way. And then he would look at my little sister and he would say, oh, she always gonna do what you want, Mom, because she wants brownie points. But here I am, the middle child with all the stress, working 3 years, trying to figure out what everyone wants. And we can't figure it out because everybody wants something different. But what we want that's the same is for the consumer to receive a home. So we have to look at the minimalist approach. And that approach is doing what's safe, that's doing what's fair, and giving everybody what they need, the home. That's what I'm gonna leave you with. I'm gonna leave you with the minimalist approach to be safe, to get the home, and to follow the minimalist rule to ensure that the home has what it needs, that it meet the plan. You know, Ms. Mercer, I can just look at your body language. It's been a long 3 years. I know the mayor's gonna get me, but it's been a long 3 years. And I think being the middle child and the stressors and the burdens and trying to make everyone happy, I think now it's just time to look at the minimums, to make sure that we're happy, that we're within our rules, and that everyone gets a home.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer and your staff. Thank you all for everything y'all have done. The only thing I would leave, and I'm not even gonna get on that who's right or wrong on ordinance, whether it's the developer or the city. But the only thing I really want us to always focus on, regardless of what you heard tonight, our comprehensive plan is what guides this city for the next 10 to 20 years. It may not have anything to do with development. I don't even care about all that. I like the grass, I like the green, I like houses, repetition or not, I like it all. But I never want us to lose focus as a community, as a council, as city staff. And this may not have anything to do with that. And I hear people just blow off the comprehensive plan. No, we put too much money into that. This was our selling block, like we're gonna sell our bonds and everything else, and it's predicated on the comprehensive plan, which is our guide as a city as a whole. So we're gonna vote on this amendment to the motion. All in favor, yes. And if you forgot it, I don't know, you should wrote it down. All this talking. You probably have. With that, I ain't gonna do you like that because y'all did a lot of talking. Motion, amendment to the motion, Councilmember Sagara, you made that. What was it?
The amendment was to separate R1s from R2 on the ordinances, two different ordinances.
All in favor, yes, of the motion of amendment. All opposed, no. Madam Secretary, it's 7-0. And now the motion with the amendment to the motion, all in favor. Councilmember Boyd, can we get that one again? Please, sir.
Yes, make a motion to direct staff to find a common resolution with stakeholders regarding amendments and to establish a final interpretation of all portions of the architectural site and design standards ordinance.
Thank you, sir. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Seven to 0. Motion of direction carries. Ma'am, once again, we thank you all for your effort and time in that presentation. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
DS 23084. Ma'am?
Welcome back, and thank you.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to finish reading the item, or?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, please.
DS 23084, discuss proposed FY 2024 operating and CIP budget.
Welcome back, Mrs. Straight.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is the FY '24 proposed budget follow-up. We'll start with the budget schedule. So on Thursday, we'll have a town hall. And then pending the decisions made tonight, there will be a second budget public hearing on September 5th. And then there is a tax rate public hearing and the scheduled adoption on September 12th. So follow-up for the August 1st budget public hearing. There was some questions about the golf course expense detail. The golf course was set up as a new enterprise fund in the FY '24 budget. In the past, that has always been in the general fund, and in the recent past, that has always just been one account that was for the contracted expense. So when we set up the new enterprise fund this year, the contractor had provided some general detail, and one of the accounts was general and administrative expense, which we inadvertently put in office supplies. We have since requested more detailed explanation of what was included in that. So the $224,679 amount that was in the office supply account included all of these items, which were supplies, some repair and maintenance, a multitude of support services, additional supplies over here, another large item over here for the BCG management. So here we have a few options. So the first column shows the FY '24 proposed budget. And then we can do either option 1 or option 2. Option 1 will break out all of the detail, all of the expenses into every account category detail, or we can do option 2, which will be one account like we have done in the past, which is just the contract amount. So we can do that at your pleasure, however you would like to see that. So then the next item is for the general fund. We have some proposed budget changes. So now that we have the certified tax roll and we had the 2023 bond issue was finalized, we ended up with a additional $229,529 in property tax on the general fund side. And the majority of that was due to a shift in the debt service, and that was because our debt service payment for the 2023 bond issue was actually less, and that was because of our great interest rate that we got. What we're proposing is to use those additional funds to add the fire department fit for duty physicals, which includes the cancer screening. We're also showing here a reduction in revenue, $31,625, and this is for where we cut the fees in half for the developers. And then we also have an additional expense here for a request for Attorney General opinions. We have recently found out that is we have to pay for those now. And so we need to add this to the legal department's budget for next year. And so the offsetting expense for the difference we're proposing to add additional interest income. And we have that available because we were able to reinvest $35 million in June at a higher interest rate, and what we had budgeted was at a much more conservative number. So there would be additional funds. And so what you see here is a balanced budget of $120.5 million. So the next fund that we would propose changes would be the debt service fund. And here you have the reduction in the property tax, and that's for what we talked about earlier, where the 2023 CO issue came in at less than what we had originally estimated. And this is, we are using fund balance in the debt service fund. For the hotel occupancy tax fund, the proposed changes we have here, one is the $30,000 that we had received the motion of direction to pay for the inspection fees for the month of October so that we can encourage people to sign up for the STR. The other items are for the RV park, to do the electrical upgrades to the 50 amp, the upgrade to the water, which would be for 20 sites, to pave the parking sites, and that would be for asphalt paving, and then landscaping. All of this in total would bring the total hotel occupancy tax fund to $4.3 million, and that would be using fund balance. And it originally was going to have a fund balance of 32.74%, and this would take it to 26.78%. So it still would be above the 22% excess fund balance. For the TERS fund, the property tax, the certified roll came in at $33 million less than what was originally proposed, and that was because of the ARB actually reduced a lot of the value on some of the protested properties. And in addition, there was a reduction of the Bell County tax rate. So there will be a reduction in that revenue. And then on the, there's an addition for the streetscape design and minor landscape improvements for the Bell County Annex. There's already $278,000 included in the FY24 budget. This would just be adding $22,000 to that to make it an even $300,000. And then adding $100,000 for the expanded improvement grants to include interior and exterior to the historic overlay district. So that's the facade grants, only it expands to the interior as well. And this is a map of the historic overlay district in the downtown Killeen area. So you can see that it's at North 4th Street over to almost 10th Street. And then Avenue B is here to Avenue D. And the Santa Fe Plaza Drive here. And then this is an updated financial forecast that shows the new tax base for FY24 updated. And then these are your alternatives. And then we would need a motion of direction for the proposed changes so that we could initiate a publication to have the second budget public hearing on September 5th. So I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That motion could be made now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the proposed changes.
Councilmember Adams.
I'm a second, but I have some questions also.
The motion of direction is to accept the city's recommendation by Councilmember Boyd and the second by Councilmember Adams. Councilmember Adams?
Can you, so that everyone is clear, because it shows on the board we had an increase in expenditures and a reduction in revenue, so that.
Which fund?
On both of them. The debt service and not the general fund, the debt service and the TERS, I'm sorry.
So on the debt service fund, the reduction shifted over for the M&O. So it was a shift in the tax rate
Okay.
for the INS went down.
Okay.
Mr. Cagle?
I think the question was the use of fund balance, and in that fund, there's excess fund balance. And in the TERS, that's not an operational fund, it's more a construction fund, so there's no need for a fund balance there. And then the other one was the hotel motel, and there's ample excess fund balance there as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because folks may ask why we operating with, and thanks for that clarity.
Yes,
Councilmember Boyd?
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to mention that I'm grateful to see the proposed improvements to the city RV park at the Killeen Civic and Conference Center and an established funding mechanism to make it reality. I do believe these improvements will increase usage and revenue. So I did want to thank the city manager for prioritizing that and finance finding a way to work that in. Thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. To accept the changes recommended by council, by the city staff. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Secretary, thank you, Mrs. Drake. Our last item.
DS 23-085, discuss procedures for council member inquiries and council investigations.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I submitted to the city attorney a couple of proposals, and she, the council has in their packet is where she synergized it to meet our standards and meet the legal requirements that we may have. And I think the process, so I looked at a couple of other cities in Texas that has both either an ordinance or a policy and procedure. And I think what our city attorney has presented us meets what my request was initially.
Council, have y'all had the opportunity to look at it? Okay, you haven't. All right, will someone make a motion to table this, bring it back so we can vote on it, so it gives everyone the opportunity to look at it?
Real quick, Madam Mayor, would this
Yes.
automatically be on next week's agenda, so where we actually vote
Well,
it?
it depends on the council. I don't have a date when y'all vote on it. But if whatever motion or direction put in place, how long it take y'all look at it? Can you look at it in 1 week and we vote on it next week? Do y'all want to make changes? Someone make a motion or direction?
Yeah, Madam, if I may, I present the motion of direction to have this on the next week's city council meeting, give them council.
So when they gonna make their changes? Are we gonna? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Solomon had clicked in. I apologize, sir. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Gonzalez, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Sir?
I make a motion that we table it until we get a chance to read it.
Okay, that's a second from you, Councilmember Adams.
We set a standard for a date when we table.
Councilmember Solomon, what date do you want this to come back? Do everybody have time to look at it next week? And this week coming up and bring it back next week? Do you have a date?
Yeah, we can do it next week.
Okay, so, and that's with changes. So if you have any changes, just bring this back next week, because it's an urgent matter, I'm assuming, to get this in place. If you have
Can I
any
second?
changes to this, please, please, please send them to the city attorney so she can see those changes. And and we can also have a discussion on it next week. This will not be on the consent agenda. This will be a discussion item.
Discussion item, not to actually consider and take action.
No, ma'am.
Just a discussion
This
item.
is still in discussion, because they just got the opportunity to look at it, so we will not be consent. All in favor of this motion of direction? Did we get a second?
I did.
Adams. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? No. Motion of direction carries. Can I get a motion, Councilmember Gonzalez, to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Councilmember Solomon? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned. And the reason I called their names, my system is not working, so